postcard weather once again, and we are in surprise Arizona Cactus League action today as the Cubs take on the Texas Rangers. And spring training baseball here on CSN is presented by Canals Auto Park. And welcome to Cubs baseball along with Jim DeShays. I'm Len Casper. We kind of had an idea of what 1 through 5 in the rotation would look like coming into spring training, and that's where we sit toward the end of spring training.
Yeah, the rotation figures to be a very positive strength for this club this year. It was last year. The Cubs starters pitched to a 3.36 ERA last year, third best in all of baseball. High expectations for this group as well. Note the two guys at the end, Jason Hamill and Kyle Hendricks. Hamill firmly ensconced in that 4th spot in the rotation. Had a rough second half last year, but he's pitched very well this spring. And Kyle Hendricks, the one guy who is maybe on the bubble a little bit coming in this spring. Joe Madden did not pronounce him as his 5th starter at the start of camp. He has yet to do so, but given his performance, given what he's done since he's put on a big league uniform, it looks like he'll be the 5th guy out of the chute.
And it will be Kyle Hendricks today. And remember, he was in the Rangers organization before the Cubs acquired him a couple of years ago. He doesn't throw hard. He kind of goes against the grain in terms of what most pitchers do these days, but he knows what he's doing.
One of my favorite guys to watch pitch because of that. He's got that great changeup, really moves the ball in and out, spots it so well. Just a very clever tactician when he's on the mound.
All right, about a week and a half to go before opening night in Anaheim. It'll be Hendricks and the Cubs. Derek Holland, the lefty, will go for the Rangers, and we expect a lot of Cub fans here as always. Cubs baseball from AZ next.
Let's go Cubs! Let's go Cubs! Let's go Cubs! Let's go Cubs! Let's go Cubs!
Update your front door and let fresh air in with help from Menards. This chamber door Regal split view storm door features a disappearing roll-up screen to let a breeze in or keep weather out. In 3 colors, only $179. When spring storms strike, make sure your basement will stay dry with the reliable Barracuda pump. This thermoplastic utility pump is only $39. Or step up to this more powerful cast iron sump pump, just $129.
Save big money at Menards.
Here's a pass for Zetterberg. He scores!
The Red Wings live where you do. The Blackhawks live where you do. When you have NHL Center Ice, you can follow your favorite teams and players no matter where you live. With up to 40 out-of-market games a week, it's like having a season ticket to the NHL from the comfort of your home. The Penguins live where you do. NHL Center Ice. The game lives where you do. For the lowest price of the season, call 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
Things break all the time, and glue never works. What you need is Laser Bond USA, the amazing liquid plastic that fixes virtually anything in as little as 3 seconds. Laser Bond is not a glue, but a unique liquid plastic that only hardens with the UV light. Now fill in plumbing leaks in 3 seconds or less. Instantly repair kids' toys and keep playtime flying. The magic of powerful liquid plastic that hardens under ultraviolet light. The best part, the adhesive is made in the USA.
Wow, that is fast.
It bends, it's flexible.
If you mess up applying, just wipe clean. No sticky residue. Call now to get Laser Bond USA for just $19.99 and receive this protective carry case free. But wait, we're going to double the offer absolutely free and ship your order free. Call now.
Call 1-800-284-2970 to get your Laser Bond USA. Call now or go to laserbondusa.com. So call 1-800-284-2970. Call now.
Last year's managers of the year, both in their first season as the skipper of their respective clubs. Joe Madden with the Cubs and Jeff Bannister, a nice story with the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, his first season as a major league manager, period, and the first time in American League history that has happened, that a rookie manager has won the Baseball Writers of America Association Manager of the Year. So 2 very successful skippers, 2 very talented teams with high expectations heading into this season.
So veteran left-hander Derek Holland will work today for Texas, and let's check out the Cubs lineup he will face. Cubs 7-13-1, Rangers 11-10-1. Addison Russell in an unfamiliar spot in the leadoff position today. Christopher Negron will play first. Kyle Schwarber caught yesterday's in left today with Jorge Soler over in right. Tim Fedorovich has had a nice spring. Matt Caesar just made his Cactus League debut yesterday. Kawasaki's been terrific. Jason Vossler will play third, and the Cubs using the pitcher here in an American League park with Kyle Hendricks batting ninth.
Rangers defensively set up this way. Ruggiano, you remember him as a Cub. Justin is in left field. Ian Desmond acquired this offseason. He's going to play some outfield for the Rangers, primarily left field. He's in center today. Drew Stubbs is in right. Adrian Beltre has won 4 Gold Gloves. Probably a future Hall of Famer. He's at third. Hanser Alberto, very good defensively. Siriaco's the second baseman. Big Prince Fielder will DH most of the time. And Jimenez does the catching. Derek Holland, the left-hander, will pitch for the Rangers. 2-1, 3.75 the ERA this spring.
And your umpires, Corey Blazer. At home plate, Mark Ripperger, Trip Gibson, and Sean Barber will handle the bases. A 29-year-old lefty deals, and a first pitch fastball on Russell for a strike. Temps in the mid-70s, low to mid-70s, which means my partner's freezing.
It's a windbreaker weather here today, at least in the shade.
Holland not taking much time between pitches. Fielder into foul territory, and he actually had a shot at it, maybe overran it a bit.
It's a ball where you think the second baseman might come into your picture, but Siriaco was playing more towards the middle of the diamond, so he had no real chance to come and bail out Fielder. So it was Prince or nobody, and nobody won. Big fella started 18 games at first base last year. Mitch Moreland will be the primary first baseman, while Prince will DH.
Called strike 3.
Didn't have to be. Holland's got a 4-pitch mix. Fastball, curve, slider, change. This appears to be a little backdoor slider. Maybe a little bit low, but it was on the plate. He got the call.
His goal is to stay healthy. A lot of DL time the last couple of years, knee and shoulder issues. There's Christopher Negron, and he fouls off out of play.
Yeah, Holland, very important piece for the Rangers this year. They don't expect to get Yu Darvish back until May. Cole Hamels was just named as the opening day starter, to no one's surprise.
Holland did win on October 1st against the Angels to clinch a postseason berth, but game 4 of the division series against the Blue Jays did not go very well. Remember, the Rangers had a 2-0 lead to start that series as Holland strikes out the first 2 hitters of the game. And the first 2 games were in Toronto, so they were headed home to Arlington, needing to win 1, and the Blue Jays won the final 3. Game 5 was insane. More specifically, the 7th inning was insane. Here's Kyle Schwarber. A nice day behind the plate yesterday against the Reds. Threw out a couple of base runners. He and Jason Hamill are building quite a rhythm together, and we may see Schwarber catch every 5th game or so.
Yeah, I think that's a good fit.
What works?
Well, I think it gives Schwarber a chance, obviously, to continue to do some work behind the plate. So if he's catching every 5th day, catching him, I think, you know, Lester obviously pairs with David Ross. Arrieta, with his stuff, I think is a challenge for a young catcher. I think Hamill's a little more catchable, if that makes sense. So I could see Schwarber paired with either Hamill or Hendricks. I think it would be a good fit. But you got the young catcher, you got the veteran pitcher, so Probably makes more sense for it to be Jason.
Oh, look out. Well, the bat ends up in the stands, and Schwarber grounds out to the shortstop, Alberto. 1, 2, 3 go the Cubs. The Rangers coming up when we return.
Meet the new John Deere Gator XUV 590i, a vehicle so versatile it owns anything outdoors that ends in ing, like hauling, exploring, off-roading, and of course, braking. 32 horsepower, a 1,200-pound payload, and over 1,000 different ways to configure yours. Go Gator. Visit your John Deere dealer to experience the new Gator XUV 590i, starting at just $9,799.
Hey, how's it going? Hotcakes? Hotcakes.
This place has hotcakes.
Hotcakes.
So why aren't they selling like hotcakes? With Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi Pro, they could be. Just add a customized message to your Wi-Fi Pro splash page, and you'll reach your customers where their eyes are already, on their devices. Order up. It's more than just Wi-Fi. It can help grow your business. You don't see that every day.
Introducing Wi-Fi Pro. Wi-Fi that helps grow your business. Comcast Business. Built for business.
During the Lexus Command Performance Sales Event,
Johnson steps up to the line.
There's always cause for celebration.
He got it. Did he ever come?
With extraordinary offers on our most exciting lineup of SUVs ever, including the stylish all-new RX and the dynamic NX. Because thrills like this only happen during the Command Performance Sales Event. Lease the 2016 NX 200 Turbo for $349 a month for 36 months, and we'll make your first month's payment. See your Lexus dealer.
Back here in Surprise, Rangers can score some runs. They play half their games in a pretty good offensive park. Here's their starting lineup. Alberto plays short. Ian Desmond's a shortstop, but he's ticketed for left field, and today's in center. Fielder, Beltre, that's pretty imposing. Mitch Moreland, the DH. Justin Ruggiano, ex-Cub in left. Pedro Siriaco has been blazing hot here in the spring. Drew Stubbs in right. Chris Jimenez, the catcher, hits ninth.
Cubs defensively, Schwarber, Caesar, Soler, left center, right, third to first, Vossler, Russell, Kawasaki, Negron, Tim Fedorovich behind the plate. Kyle Hendricks, the former Ranger, will pitch for the Cubs this afternoon.
And he misses ball one. Fastball mid-80s on Hanser Alberto. Elvis Andrus will be their everyday shortstop. And rolled into center. The Rangers hitting .305 as a team here in spring training.
I expect a lot of balls on the ground while Kyle Hendricks pitches. He's an extreme ground ball pitcher. The strikeout rate was way up last year over the previous season, and he struck out a man per inning so far here this spring, and he's only issued one walk so far. Good solid swing by Alberto and an early base runner for Hendricks to contend with.
Cubs starters this spring combined with a 2.45 ERA. So here's Desmond. He signed on Leap Day, 29th of February. And will play the outfield. You mentioned Darvish. The Rangers also have Josh Hamilton, but he hasn't appeared in a spring game yet, so they're not expecting him to be ready early as the runner goes, and that's bounded foul. Hamilton coming back from knee problems, so they needed a left fielder, and they signed Desmond.
Yeah, they're not, at this stage of the game, nobody's sure what they're going to get out of Josh Hamilton when he is back. He just returned to the field doing baseball activities here today. Desmond, a good athlete, should be able to make the transition to the outfield.
Normally, Tony Beasley would be down there at third. That's Spike Owen, the interim third base coach. Beasley undergoing cancer treatment. And we wish Tony the best in his recovery. There's Hector Ortiz over there at first. Just underway. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. Strike three, and the throw is not in time.
Maybe that cut changeup from Hendricks here, catching Desmond out in front. And even if that throws on the right side of the bag, I think Alberto's going to beat it.
It'll bring up Prince Fielder, the comeback player of the year in the American League last year. After the normally durable Fielder had his 2014 season cut short by neck surgery. And the story this spring was that he was having a really tough time getting a good night's sleep. Swing and a miss. Way out in front. And it's 1-1. So he underwent a sleep study during which it was discovered he had severe sleep apnea. He said the test showed that he stopped breathing in 1 hour 39 times. So he is being treated for that. He's got a mask that assists his breathing when he sleeps. That's pretty scary.
Yeah. Is this something he's dealt with for a while now, or did it just kind of come up this spring?
I don't know how long it's gone on, but I think it was really bothering him. He just was dealing with a lot of fatigue and trying to figure out, I feel like I'm sleeping, but I'm not rested.
Not resting, yeah. He ended up playing 158 games last year. 4 different times he played every single game while a member of the Brewers. 6 times an All-Star. He signed through 2020.
Swing and a miss. So Hendricks takes care of Fielder.
Again, it's the changeup. That's a dandy.
Now one of the most underrated players in the game over the past decade or so, Adrian Beltre. "36 years old. He'll be 37 just after opening day, April 7th.
He's put up some big time numbers. Came to the big leagues as a teenager. Happy feet there, not set in the box, but tremendous power, high average hitter. Doesn't draw a lot of walks. Great defender.
One and one on him. I have one of my many theories. Ready? Third baseman, for whatever reason, in Hall of Fame voting, seem to get the short straw, and I wonder if Beltre suffers from that as an active player. For whatever reason, these third basemen don't get enough credit.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is because maybe the defense gets undervalued. You know, we talk about shortstops, we talk about center fielders, we talk about catchers, what they bring to the table defensively. Third baseman is always a position where you've looked for slugging.
Well, Hendricks, after giving up the leadoff single, strikes out Desmond, Fielder, and Beltre. Nicely done. Scoreless after 1.
Cubs fans, you won't want to miss the road to opening day as CSN Chicago takes you behind the scenes with the team from the north side. Take a bike ride with manager Joe Madden.
Everything's about energy, man. Everything. And I think we got that going on right now.
Hear from shortstop Addison Russell on his big changes during the offseason.
Just being a father is completely different. I have a lot of reason, to keep pushing.
And plenty more. The road to opening day. Chicago Cubs. Premieres Sunday at 7, only on CSN.
If the Dodge brothers walked into a dealership today, they'd be pretty impressed with what's become of their Maverick car company. With all the power, performance, and ingenuity. But knowing them, they'd insist on serving the donuts.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that much I desire.
Get yours before their history.
Get $3,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash or 0% APR for 60 months on the 2016 Grand Caravan.
It's here. Change. A change in what we create, how we invent, changing the way you move, the way you feel, and now, the way you see. LED headlight technology and other BMW i8 innovations available in the BMW 5 Series. We only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine. Right now, lease a BMW 528i xDrive sedan for $528 a month.
Hey, Cub fans, let's go. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there's tremendous excitement leading up to the home opener. Show your support of Cubs baseball from the beginning. April and May offer fans the best availability to get the seats you want. Get your tickets now at Cubs.com. A lot of Cub fans here in Surprise. Holland to Jorge Soler, and he ropes one in the left for a base hit. That's that patented Soler top spinner. That's his first single of the spring. He had 4 hits coming in, a double and 3 homers.
Jorge was paying attention to the first inning where Holland was very aggressive, attacking early, so Soler goes up there ready to take a whack at one and delivers a leadoff knock.
Now, Tim Fedorovich, he homered yesterday and he's been impressive this spring. There really isn't a spot on the opening day roster for him. But he's still in camp. Previous big league time with the Dodgers. So, I mean, you can speak to this toward the end of your career. How are veteran guys, not only pitchers, but position players who kind of start to do the math and start talking to their agent about other teams' rosters? I mean, is this a little anxious for some guys?
And a lot of times you see a lot of catcher movement late in spring training. It seems to me like backup catcher type guys, team gets a chance to look at a guy for a while. Maybe they feel like he's not, the guy that they have in their own camp might not be the answer, so they go looking elsewhere.
Deep to center. Desmond back on it, and he cradles it for the out.
Come on.
Whoa, got him. Oh, you got to beat that ball. Ian Desmond just turned a double play, 8-3.
Yeah, there's a little lackadaisical on the part of Soler. It's spring training, so it's a teaching moment. You obviously cannot let this happen. Certainly in the regular season. Heck of a play here by Desmond, newly to the outfield. Soler had got all the way to second base, but he had plenty of time. He's going into cruise control here.
Well, they got him. So 2 outs. And a 1-hopper at Alberto. Little double clutch, and he recovers in time to get Matt Caesar. Well, we lost one of the greats, Joe Garagiola, a former big league catcher. He and Yogi Berra were best of friends, both from St. Louis. One of the great broadcasters of all time as well. Joe Garagiola, rest in peace.
Spring training baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is presented by Canals Auto Park, Route 41, Lake Bluff.
Who knew mini motoring could be so much fun? Actually, we did. We're Canals Mini, featuring the entire lineup of 2016 Mini models. Who knew motoring a Mini could be this affordable? Once again, we did. We're Canals Mini, now featuring special offers, plus boot to bonnet no-cost maintenance standard. Who knew you'd be so ready for a Mini? We did. Canals Mini, Route 41, Lake Bluff.
Yeah, I'm married. Does it matter? You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis.
She sounds hideous.
Well, she's a guy, so...
Another reason more people stay with State Farm. Get to a better state.
How fast is it?
Plenty fast. It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast.
Even if it doesn't catch on, doesn't mean it's not true. The John Deere Z-Track Z535M with our re-engineered deck to mow faster, better. To find out more about the Excel Deep Mower Deck, go to johndeere.com/mowwellfast.
Mitch Moreland, the DH for Texas, takes a strike. Scoreless tie. Bottom of the second. He's hitting 167 on the spring. And that is in there as well. 0-2. Kyle Hendricks, 26 years old. Cubs got him along with infielder Christian Villanueva in the Ryan Dempster deal, July 31st, 2012. 45 major league starts, a 3.49 major league ERA.
Eight and 7 last year with a 395. He made 32 starts. Very dependable, right? You don't project him as a top of the rotation guy, but you feel comfortable handing him the ball every 5th day. Heady guy, fields his position well. He's not made an error as a major leaguer.
Swing and a miss on the changeup for strike 3. So he has fanned 4 in a row after giving up the leadoff single to Alberto. Get a good look at that grip.
Yeah, not only is it a great change of pace, but he can locate that pitch as well as anybody. And as we've talked about a lot in the past, he has the ability to cut that ball away from right-handed hitters, fade it away from lefties.
Former Cub Justin Ruggiano. Yeah, if you look at the volume of work, and it's only 260 innings at this level. He's given up 22 fewer hits than innings pitched. He walks 2 guys per 9. By and large, he's kept the ball in the ballpark. His FIP, fielding independent pitching number, is really good. And he's listed as your number 5.
Yeah, when you look at his numbers, his peripherals last year, look at his innings pitched, the hits he allowed, strikeouts, walks. You can project a much better ERA than the 3.95 he finished with. He pitched into some tough luck last year, had some innings blow up on him. But for the most part, from start to start, he was very reliable.
Yeah, so if you take 32 starts, 180 innings, and a 3.95 from your number 5 starter, yes, I'm in.
Right, and that's so the acquisition of John Lackey has provided this depth in the rotation where Kyle becomes 5 as opposed to 4. And if you remember last year, 5 was a bit of an issue. Travis Wood lost his spot in the rotation. Ultimately, they traded for Dan Herron. It was always kind of a kind of a nebulous situation there trying to pin that down. Now they've got Hendricks and enough depth where, you know, coming into this camp, Kyle wasn't guaranteed his spot in the rotation.
Pedro Siriaco is hitting .487, 19 out of 39. That doesn't even lead the majors. In fact, he's trailing the major league leader by over 100 points. Nolan Arenado is batting .605.
We can't even blame that on Coors Field. No. He'd be batting .800 at Coors Field.
Siriaco looking for a bench roll. On the ground, tough play. Russell. Siriaco with another hit. He's hitting .500 now, 20 for 40.
A pretty slick backhanded play there by Russell, but a wise decision not to make this throw with Siriaco going down the line. A little bit awkward there at the end. Nice to see Russell come out of that not favoring anything. It looked like he could have put a little strain on the groin or the knee.
It'll bring up Drew Stubbs. And outside and high for ball one. We referenced Joe Garagiola passing away at age 90. A fixture in recent years at the ballpark here in Phoenix. It's part-time broadcasting for the Diamondbacks. Most remember him as a player with the Cardinals, but brief time with the Cubs, 53 and 54. But best known as a broadcaster. Ford Frick Award winner 1991, and wasn't just a baseball broadcaster.
No, he's a talk show host, game show host.
A wonderfully nice human being. He did the dog show, right? Westminster for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The morning show on NBC.
Today?
The Today Show. Who can forget Sale of the Century? Yeah, but many of us grew up with the game of the week. Joe Garagiola, Tony Kubek on the call.
There was a little lean there by Siriaco, but he got back in time. Swing and a miss.
Something Stubbs does a lot. He's got power, he's got speed. And the one thing that has held him back is the strikeouts.
I've started kind of do a little math on the first week matchups. It sounds like the Cubs will not skip anybody in the rotation. They've got that off day on the Wednesday after 2 in Anaheim, so it's possible Kyle Hendricks' season debut could come against Zach Greinke in that Diamondback series. Stubbs will be safe. There's the speed. Both their hits this inning have been on the infield.
Siriaco's ball was sharply hit in the hole. This one, not so much. And Jason Vossler probably could have been a little bit more aggressive getting after that one. Not that he did anything wrong. He probably could have just been a little quicker.
Now, Chris Jimenez, the catcher, you talked about backup catchers. The Rangers are not necessarily comfortable with what they have in their camp behind Robinson Chirinos, so they could be possibly in the market for one of those backup guys you referenced earlier. Jimenez trying to grab that spot. Runner goes. Stubbs from first and no throw by Fedorovich. Second steal of the game for Texas. Two balls and a strike. The pitch should be routine for Kawasaki, and it is. Rangers strand a couple after 2-0.
To win a national championship once is a big deal. Binny's Beverage Depot has won it 3 times as National Retailer of the Year for wine, spirits, and beer. Low prices, a gigantic selection, and super service. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. I'm attorney Howard Ankin. If you've been hurt at work or injured in an auto accident, I'd like to be your lawyer. Please call me at 312-600-0000. Ankin Law, injury law, made personal.
With NHL Center Ice, you'll never miss out. Catch every and have a front row seat for every moment. With up to 40 out-of-market games a week to choose from, the best of the NHL is right at your fingertips. So you'll be right there when
I can't believe what I'm seeing
happens. NHL Center Ice. The game lives where you do. For the lowest price of the season, call 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
Hey, Kia buyers, now get double the savings, double the selection from Willowbrook Kia and Berwyn Kia.
Serving the Chicagoland area with excellent value, service, and selection.
You learn a lot about a company from the people that work there. Most of our staff has been with us over 10 years.
I mean, just check out all our 5-star reviews.
Been turned down by other car dealers? Don't worry. We are the bank. We look at your future, not your past.
Double the savings, double the selection at Willowbrook Kia on Route 84 and Berwyn Kia on Ogden and Harlem.
Welcome back. Surprise Stadium. Cubs and the Rangers are scoreless. Cubs will bat here in the 3rd inning, and great to have with us with the headset on in the dugout is Cubs bench coach Dave Martinez. Davey, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing great.
Peachy. Awesome. Awesome.
It feels like this camp has gone faster than a lot do. Sometimes you get that first week and then you're like, oh man, opening day can't come soon enough, but that hasn't been the case this spring.
No, it hasn't. It actually, we were just talking about this today, how fast it's been going, and give our boys credit. We've had so much energy this camp. It's been a lot of fun. Guys are getting their work in, and everything's been unbelievable.
Kawasaki with a base hit. He's had a terrific camp.
He's a really good player. I mean, you talk about energy. This guy comes every day. He brings that energy every single day. Starting at 7 o'clock in the morning sometimes. So it's been a lot of fun.
So a lot of energy, but not annoyingly so.
Not annoying. No, not
one of those guys. That's like, you're wearing me out, brother.
No, he is one funny character.
So outfield play. Schwarber in left field and Soler moving to left field. What's your assessment of those two guys so far?
Well, they've been working their butts off all spring, and Kyle's been doing great. I mean, he really has. I think he's got a little bit of a bad rap from just a couple plays last year in the playoffs, but he's been working his butt off out there, and he's doing really, really well. Soler is making the adjustment going from right to left, and he's going to be fine. There's no doubt that both those guys can play out there. The question with Soler is his arm is so strong that almost, we have to tell him, hey, the throws from left field are a lot different from the throws from right field. So the biggest thing was kind of getting him to start throwing the ball downhill and making sure that he hits the cutoff man.
And how about Hayward in right? He might be the best right fielder in the game.
I think he is the best right fielder in the game. I really do. I mean, I watched this guy down here in spring training, and he gets unbelievable jumps. He knows how to play the hitters. I mean, he pays attention to detail, and I actually see him moving guys around out there. So I mean, he's going to be fun to watch all year. He's very intuitive. He like I said, he pays attention to detail. He knows everything that's going on around him, and he's a lot of fun to watch.
You going to play guys just a little deeper, maybe, on average?
I think we are. You know, all the information that we're getting states that we should play a little deeper and take away some slug, and get. You know, we might give a hit or two away here and there, but the thing is to keep the ball in front of us, and let our pitchers work.
And this is mostly based on what the analytic guys have uncovered?
Yeah, I mean, we get so much information now, and it's great. I mean, they've come a long way with all the stuff that we get, and it's a lot of fun. You know, I enjoy it. I enjoy looking at the stuff. I enjoy talking to those guys about different things and how we could do different things throughout the game.
Do you think pitchers have bought in now with infield shifting? You know, there was always kind of a tug of war going on because a ball would be hit to a position where a guy normally would be standing, and it would go into the outfield, and you see the pitcher kind of shrug his shoulders and maybe come into the dugout griping a little bit. Do you think the game has progressed to the point now where pitchers are kind of buying in and that's no longer an issue?
Yeah, I think they understand that it is a big part of the game now. So, you know, for them to complain about it, you know, and all the numbers dictate that we do save hits and we do save runs in the bigger picture. So, you know, if one ball happens to get through, we probably save about 3 or 4 other balls that, you know, that they actually are starting to understand now.
Because the same issue could come up with the outfield too, right? If you're playing your guys a little bit deeper and all of a sudden a ball drops in front of a guy, pitcher might say, hey, that's got to be caught. So you're going to be back into that same old scenario where you have to kind of show him the numbers and convince him that's the right way to go.
Exactly, and we've done. You know, I've actually taken some time and started talking to our pitchers about some of the things that we're going to do, and you know, a lot of them. You know, I talked to Lackey, Lester about these things, and they're all aboard. You know, why not give up a single instead of a double or triple? You know, in certain situations, and let them pitch their way out of it. I think they all agree that, you know, they'd rather pitch with a guy on first base.
Oh, that worked. As Hendricks with a base hit. It'll be a play. And Kawasaki is out. Well, Ian Desmond has had quite a game already playing center. He wasn't even really in the outfield.
He was pretty close.
Yeah, he was cheating in with anticipating about watch him coming as the pitch is being delivered. He's on this in no time. He's got a big arm, too.
He's got a really good arm. We know that from when he played shortstop.
Already a couple of assists from the outfield.
Do you think Kawasaki should have used the timeout there, Davey, halfway down third baseline? I mean, I know it's early. You don't want to burn all your timeouts. But.
Yeah. Maybe throw bring a little dirt, throw a little dirt in front of him or something.
All right, I got to ask you this, because you did something unique in the year 2000. You played with the Devil Rays, the Cubs, the Rangers, and the Blue Jays. I can't even imagine 4 teams in 1 year. Can you piece that together in your mind? And that was obviously toward the end of your career, but that's something else.
Yeah, it was. You know, it was trying at times. You know, my thoughts on it. You know, I've always told myself. You know, I play for a lot of different teams, but you know, I told myself, hey, as long as somebody wants you,
right,
and you're gonna you know, you're gonna get an opportunity to play and help a team win. You know, it doesn't matter what uniform you have on. You just go out there and you play. You know, you try to help that club win. And I've always felt that way. I think the first time that I got traded was out, obviously the one that hurt the most. After that, I realized, hey, you just go out and play. You can only control what you can control, and the rest is it just, you know, you just got to go ahead and do what you can do. So as long as I had a big league uniform on, I was pretty happy.
You had a lot of teammates that year. That's a good way to look at it, right?
I had a lot of teammates, that's for sure.
Who were your managers that year? Do you remember?
Let me see. Larry Rothschild with the Devil Rays. I had Johnny Oates with Texas, Don Baylor with the Cubs, and Jim Fregosi with Toronto.
Group.
Yeah, not bad group.
Real good group. So the last trade you were traded, I think, 3 times. Did you get called in and you're like, you got to be kidding?
Well, what's so funny?
It was August, right?
Yes. What was so funny is that, so we're, I'm with Texas. We go to Toronto and playing in the game, against Toronto. After the game, I walk through the little tunnel underneath the dugout, and Johnny Oates is standing there, and I'm walking in, and I look at him, and the first thing I said was, "Don't tell me." He looked at me and goes, "Hey, we tried to put you through waivers. It didn't work out, and Toronto claimed you, and they really want you, so you're going to Toronto." So the next day, I end up in the other dugout playing for the Blue Jays against the Rangers.
And you finished with the Braves, right? So Bobby Cox.
I finished with the Braves my career.
The following year.
Yeah. That was pretty awesome, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So first and third, 2 outs in the 1-0 to Negron. He's had a really good spring, too. Boy, Negron, Andrioli, Kawasaki have stood out, Davey.
Yeah, he's had a really great spring. He's multi-talented. I mean, he plays so many positions and does it really well. And he's got that burst of speed that a lot of teams look for. He could do so many things. He could play the outfield really good too, and I haven't even put him in the outfield yet.
Here's the 2-0, and it is a called strike. Well, we're going to let you go, Davey, and I say this with all the love in the world. I hope we can keep you around here for a while, because I can't believe nobody's stolen you to be their manager yet.
Well, I appreciate that, boys, and people always talk about it, and I always tell them that I would love to do nothing more but to win a World Series here in the city of Chicago, and with the club that we have, especially with Joe and some of the boys that are here.
Yeah, let's make that a plan. Let's win a World Series ring, and then you can move on and go manage somewhere.
I like that plan.
All right.
David, thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
All right, boys.
That's Dave Martinez, the Cubs bench coach. And this staff, we have a lot of fun with them, talking ball before games, and they give us great information. Late swing by Negron as the Cubs try to get a run in here with 2 outs. I think Dave Kingman might have done the 4 teams in 1 year. Davey, there aren't too many guys.
Yeah. Kingman might have done all 4 divisions in 1 year.
That sounds right.
Back when there was 4 divisions. Jose Vizcaíno, too, is another one that.
Call it strike 3. So Holland worked himself out of a pretty big jam, and we remain scoreless.
Try to stay directly within the Fields Auto Group. Fields has a wonderful reputation.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
They're as invested in me as a person as I am in them, and that makes a huge difference. It makes me come back.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of the Fields Matters program.
I felt confident in buying because of the service and the fact that this dealership would stand behind it.
Fields matters because you matter.
Hello?
Who is it?
It's BMO Harris. It's an automated call asking if we have any questions about the new checking account.
Nice.
Oh, this is clever. The robot or whatever just acknowledged I called it automated. Now it's saying I'm a human.
Could it actually be a human?
Oh, I am so sorry.
That's okay. It happens all the time.
That feeling you get when you discover a bank built for you? That's the BMO effect. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
The spring training schedule heats up as the boys in blue meet Milwaukee in another Cactus League tilt. Don't miss any of the action live from Mesa. Cubs, Brewers, starting Friday at 3 on CSN. Brought to you by Canals Auto Park.
Blue Man Group is comedy, theater, rock concert, and unforgettable dance party all rolled into one. Don't miss the show that has captivated 35 million people worldwide. Dare to live in full color. Hey, they just got done doing the chicken dance here.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
0-0. Each team with 3 hits.
Cubs have lost a couple of base runners. Soler doubled off, being a little lackadaisical, heading back into first base on a deep fly, and Kawasaki thrown out at home. And a Kyle Hendricks base hit to center field.
Chop foul. Alberto knocked in the winning run in the top of the 14th in Game 2 of the Division Series in Toronto last October. Bossler in on the grass to get him. Yeah, the Rangers last year, they got off to a terrible start, 8-16. They were 9.5 games out. They ended up winning the West. They clinched on the last day. 5th team ever to make the playoffs after having the worst record in their league the year before. Hey, there's a guy we recognize. Patrick Sharp. Talking with Jeff Bannister. Former Blackhawk, current Dallas Star. It looks like the entire Stars team is here. I know Derek Holland's a big hockey fan, and they're playing the Coyotes tomorrow. They just flew in from Chicago.
And these two clubs both made quantum leaps last year, 2014 to 15. The Cubs are the best in terms of win improvement. The Rangers just behind. AL West. I mean, it seems like there'd be no shocker, whoever comes out of the division this year. There's a lot of clubs capable of winning 85 to 88 games. You don't see any real world beaters in the division.
Right. We'll see all 5 teams in interleague play this season. Referenced the 7th inning of Game 5. Kind of became an instant classic. It was about an hour, right? That inning lasted forever. You had the weird Russell Martin throw to the pitcher that hit the bat of Chu on the run to score, and then you had the Bautista bat flip in the bottom of that inning. So Hendricks makes quick work of the Rangers in the 3rd. 0-0.
Code red. Code red. We're code red. Come on, laundry room staff.
How bad is it?
Oh, she took a juice box right to the face.
Clear.
Okay, so.
What about backup, Lammy?
This is backup, Lammy. All right, go. Go, 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 go. Get your head right. Don't let her see the fear in your eyes.
Okay.
See the new line of Samsung Active Wash washers at Abt.
March is matchup month at your local Ford store. The reigning champ is favored again. Ford returns as America's best-selling brand. Fusion is a smart choice over Toyota Camry with a powerful and efficient available EcoBoost engine, available hands-free sync, plus better highway MPG, all for a lower starting price. Go with Ford and drive home a winner. Now get a new Fusion with 0% financing for 60 months plus $2,000 trade assist cash at your local Ford store now.
Keep energy bills low with Honeywell thermostats from Menards. This 7-day programmable thermostat allows you to personalize each day of the week. $39. This 7-day programmable Wi-Fi model can be controlled from your smartphone. Get it for only $99. Brighten your home with Sylvania light bulbs from Menards. Each 2-pack dimmable LED indoor flood bulbs replace 65-watt incandescents and will save you energy while lasting up to 10 years. Available in soft white or daylight. $7.99 each.
Save big money at Menards.
tomorrow on CSN. MSG will be rocking as the Bulls take over the Big Apple and look to knock around the Knicks. Don't miss any of the action. Starting at 6 and streaming live at csnchicago.com or on the NBC Sports Live Extra app. Brought to you by Xfinity.
Spring training baseball is presented by Canals Auto Park.
Cubs Spring Training Baseball is live with MLB.com at-bat app. Stay connected all spring with radio broadcasts, video highlights, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone or tablet.
Breaking ball strike on Schwarber. Ooh, tried to bunt his way on with the Rangers shifting. Without a home run so far this spring.
Out of bats.
Oh, yeah. So Schwarber had the bat and the ball in the same area, and I think smartly Rangers middle infielders decided not to mess with either.
That's smart hitting there. Anytime you can have the bat head fly in the direction of the ground ball, things are going to work out in your favor. He shattered the bat last time up, and this time all kinds of issues out there for Siriaco and Alberto to contend with.
If Alberto had grabbed the bat and thrown it to fielder in time, was that it? No.
I'm guessing Prince wouldn't have hung in there.
Good lead by Schwarber. As Soler pops it foul out of play. How about the starting pitching matchup tomorrow, late afternoon Arizona time? Will be over in Scottsdale. Jake Arrieta and Madison Bumgarner. That'll be fun.
Especially as you get a little bit later in spring and they're starting to stretch their outings out. Count on seeing them for a few innings.
Webcasting that one, and it'll be a nationally televised game. One and two on Soler.
Holland, just 29 years of age. He's been around a while. Reminds me a little bit of Frank Viola in his delivery. Debuted in 09, had a breakout year in 2011 when he was 16-5 with a .395 earned run average.
Swing and a miss for strike three.
His fourth strikeout of the afternoon, and breaking ball under the hands of Soler. .55-41 lifetime with a .428 earned run average.
From Newark, Ohio, at the Wallace State Community College. Not a high draft pick, 25th round. Foul tipped by Fedorovich. 1-1. got Schwarber, except fielder's throw hit him right in the middle of the back. I guess in kickball he would have been out.
Schwarber leading a charmed existence this time around. His ground ball was protected by his flying bat head. This time he gets hit in the back. Instead of being out, he's in scoring position.
Inside on Fedorovich, whose former team, the Dodgers. Feels like it's a win for them if they get through one day without another injury. The latest, Andre Ethier. He's got a fractured right leg.
Well, every 10 to 12 weeks.
Something like that, yeah. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Brett Anderson, back surgery. I don't know about Brandon McCarthy coming back from elbow surgery. Ryu coming off shoulder surgery.
So Clayton Kershaw was in a car accident the other day.
Yeah, and he took a selfie afterwards. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 2 outs.
Little slide ball, maybe?
Now Matt Caesar. He's kind of trying to catch up. He made his Cactus League debut yesterday after dealing with an oblique injury. He is out of options.
I'm not one of those guys that you root for. Plays hard, brings a lot of energy. Had a big spring with the bat last year, and then was on the shuttle up and down between Chicago and Iowa all year long. And, you know, he swallowed hard when Dexter Fowler rejoined the club. Certainly hurt his chances.
Including being on the opening day roster, he had 7 call-ups. 2015. Strikes out 3 to end the inning as the Cubs strand Schwarber at second.
Hi, checking out the RAV4?
Yep, looking for something fun.
Well, with available Sport Tune suspension, you can turn any trip into an awesome adventure.
Yeah! Errands!
Aren't they the best?
Right now, get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the all-new 2016 RAV4. Or lease RAV4 for only $209 per month during Toyota's One for Everyone sales event.
Have fun running those errands.
Toyota, let's go places.
Meet the new John Deere Gator XUV 590i, a vehicle so versatile, it owns anything outdoors that ends in ing, like hauling, exploring, off-roading, and, of course, braking. 32 horsepower, a 1,200-pound payload, and over 1,000 different ways to configure yours. Go Gator. Visit your John Deere dealer to experience the new Gator XUV 590i, starting at just $9,799.
There's a lot to see at Nissan now.
I'm turning heads.
And there's never been a better time to get your new Nissan.
Get better and better and better.
5 exciting new models. This is Nissan Now.
Choose the 2016 Altima with 0% financing for up to 60 months. Or get a $159 per month lease on the 2016 Sentra. Hurry, offers end March 31st. Shop your local Nissan store and choose Nissan.com.
Hendricks continues to build on a very impressive spring training. Solid so far here today. He's got 4 strikeouts, 3 in a row in the first inning after giving up a leadoff single. Changeup has been his best pitch, and that's what the scouting report will tell you too. Good fastball command, decent breaking ball, great changeup. Very heady guy. 8th round pick of these Texas Rangers out of Dartmouth back in 2011.
Trying to win the Cactus League ERA title.
It could be Cy Cactus.
106. Be a painful trophy to carry around. Beltre with a home run swing. This is actually a doubleheader today. They have the second annual Futures game between Cubs and Rangers prospects. They played one in Mesa last year. Hendricks has got to get over there, and he'll take the feed, but the ball missed the glove as Negron threw behind him, and in fact he told Kyle, that's on me.
Negron will be charged with an error. This is not an easy play. You see where Chris is playing to begin with, so he ranges far to his right because of the shift. That creates a very difficult angle for him to make that throw to Hendricks, but the throw was behind Kyle. It'll go as an E3. Beltre turned toward second base. Fedorovich had backed up. I don't think he had a real shot at him, however.
The leadoff man is on now, Mitch Moreland. Yeah, so about 30 minutes after this game, they'll have the prospects do battle. And the fans who are here, their ticket for this game will be good for that one. And each club will get a charitable donation from today's proceeds. Albert Almora, Jamer Candelario, Wilson Contreras, among others in that lineup.
Gleyber Torres is going to play shortstop.
Cubs' top prospect. Willie McKinney, Ian Hatt.
Nice break by the ball boy down there. A real good jump on that ball. Can't afford to let that ball play you. He's playing deep. I don't know if I've ever seen a ball boy play that deep.
Well, the analytics here, right? See if they can turn it here. Shortstop to third baseman to first baseman. They get it. So it goes 6-5-3 with the shift put on.
Yeah, it's Addison Russell over there on the right side of second base. Vossler had shifted well over, so he becomes the pivot man, and nicely done.
Two outs, nobody on. Low and outside on Ruziano.
So 4 strikeouts for Hendricks today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outs on the ground and a couple in the air. You know, that Futures game is going to be broadcast on Rangers television. Dave Raymond will be on the call, so he gets some hazard pay today working the double dip. He's over there with Steve Busby right now calling this one, and then Dave will fly solo for the Futures game.
And pretty much everybody in the Cubs lineup for that game, we've seen them at some point here in the Cactus League. Ouch. Justin bounced that one off himself.
Muggiano, well-traveled, has played with a number of different teams now. We saw him in Chicago, and when we had him, he could handle the fastball, struggle with the off-speed stuff. Paint, didn't get the call.
His first walk, he has walked 3 or fewer in all of his first 45 career Major League regular season starts. That's the best stretch to start a career for a Cubs starting pitcher since at least 1914. Siriaco with an infield single in the second to up his average to 500. If he gets another hit here, I'll have to use the calculator because right now he's 20 for 40, which makes it pretty easy to figure out. 21 for 41. I'm going to say, like, I don't know, 5'10", 5'11".
Yes. Come on, Siriaco. This isn't wiffle ball. It's not that easy.
For Texas, all singles. 4 hits for the Cubs, all singles. Schwarber on the warning track, hauls it in right in front of the 379 sign, so that pushes Siriaco back into the 400s.
489.
489.
And during this event, you can get a great deal on this Jetta.
It drives great.
Volkswagen believes safety is very important, so all 11 models come standard with an intelligent crash response system. And 7 stability-enhancing systems. For more confidence on road trips.
For those who take safety seriously, like we do, the Volkswagen Safety in Numbers event is happening now. Hurry in and lease a 2016 Jetta S for $139 a month after a $1,000 bonus.
The Gillette Mach 3 Turbo still feels better after 10 shaves than a disposable on its first. Mach 3 blades have twice the coatings for a closer shave with zero redness. Get an incredible experience. Shave after shave after shave. Gillette, the best a man can get.
If the Dodge brothers walked into a dealership today, they'd be pretty impressed with what's become of their Maverick car company, with all the power, performance, and ingenuity. But knowing them, they'd insist on serving the donuts.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me $1,000.
Get yours before their history.
Get $3,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash or 0% APR for 60 months on the 2016 Grand Caravan.
Bulls, Knicks, tomorrow at 6 on CSN.
Left-hander Derek Holland has been sharp today. Had to work out a 1 jam in the 3rd inning. He's missed some bats.
Yeah, the little sinker or cutter that he's throwing down and into the right-handed hitters, that was the slider. That's been a very effective weapon for him. So he'd come right-handed hitters pulling off that ball a little bit. They would be well served to maybe take a little bit more of a middle away approach. But he has a little Al Leiter in him too. I made the comparison to Frank Viola earlier. Leiter had that cutter that would get right in on the right-handed hitter's hand, so he felt like you had to get the head out in front or you're just going to get jammed. And I think right-handed hitters have that sense when facing Holland as well.
Osaki even takes a pitch with flair. 1-1.
It's kind of his signature move, isn't it? That down to one knee take.
play, can't handle it. Emily's sure-handed over there, so Kawasaki is on.
We say it time and time again, that can be a tough chance for a third baseman when a left-handed hitter hits the ball in his direction like that. It just doesn't happen that often, and Beltray maybe a little bit late setting up, and then the hands didn't bail him out. Not an easy chance, but a play you would expect Beltray to make.
Vossler getting the start today. 16th rounder, 2014 out of Northeastern University. And takes strike one. Trying to advance to Double-A this year. Split the season between South Bend and Myrtle Beach last year. 22 years old.
Fits with the program in that he can play multiple positions. All the infield positions he has played as a minor leaguer.
One and two. Tomorrow the Cubs will wrap up a long stretch of road games. Will have been 9 out of 12 away from Sloan Park, and then we'll spend the entire weekend at home in Mesa. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, including today. Only 8 games left here in Arizona before Cubs break camp and head to Las Vegas for a couple of days.
It won't be long until we can look on our phones and search the long-range forecast to see what the home opener is going to look like. You don't really have to look to see what the weather's going to be like in Anaheim. It never changes.
So you see what we have coming up here on CSN. Swing and a miss, strike 3. We put that final game in gold, not only because it's in Las Vegas, but that's where your wallet will either be a lot heavier or a lot lighter. Just depends on your luck, right?
Well, yeah. Not much of a gambling man.
Hendricks bunts. Jimenez will throw to first.
I did have a little good fortune last year on that Masters golf tournament. Are you a casino guy?
You know, I used to play a little blackjack. But what tends to happen is I say I'm going to play for an hour, or I'm going to play with $100 or whatever, and then the hour is done, and then I want to keep playing more. So it's hard for me to stop once I start. So if I can be disciplined, I may do it.
I like watching other people gamble.
Russell hits it way up in the air as Desmond will give way. It's caught by Stubbs. Error to start the inning, but the Cubs cannot cash in. They'll try to cash in, or we will maybe next week in Vegas. 0-0.
Spring Training Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by State Farm. Find an agent at statefarm.com.
Hello, beautiful. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Hi, Anthony. How much does my discount double check save me?
About $150.
Done.
I don't have State Farm, but insurance, find me money.
I got you $1.
Oh, you almost had it. You got to be quicker than that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. There to help you with unexpected savings. That's getting to a better state.
We try to stay directly within the Fields Auto Group. Fields has a wonderful reputation.
I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
They're as invested in me as a person as I am in them, and that makes a huge difference. It makes me come back.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of the Fields Matters program.
And now, during Ram Truck Month and Chrysler's Spring Clearance Event, lease a new 2016 Jeep Patriot Sport 4x2 for only $159 per month for 24 months.
With robotic technology, we can now regrow your natural hair. And I should know, because I had the same procedure done to myself.
The technology is here. The time is now. Fantastic results, flexible payments. Call today.
Your attention, please. Dare to see Blue Man Group tonight at Briar Street Theater.
Spring training baseball continues on CSN Chicago as the Cubs are back at Sloan Park hosting the Milwaukee Brewers Friday at 3 here on CSN. Brought to you by Canals Auto Park. So Friday here on CSN. Saturday we're on WGN as Stubbs rolls into center and a leadoff hit. Well, it's Sunday's game here on Comcast Sportsnet, and Tuesday. A lot of television coming up. Stubbs is 2 for 2. The catcher, Jimenez.
I feel like that guy was turning those chicken breasts a little too early. I think he should have let him cook a little bit longer on that one side. But it's spring training for him, too.
Hey, baseball analysis and cooking tips from Jim DeShays. What more could you ask for?
Got to go a little longer there. You got to get those grill marks, get that sear in there a little deeper. I want to play a little run and hit here with Stubbs at first base and a ground ball machine on the mound. Just try to stay out of a double play.
That is Matt Bush in the Ranger bullpen.
Of course, what you do in the regular season, you might not do in spring training. And what I mean by that, you know, in the regular season, you're just playing to win the game. In spring training, it may be a case where Jeff Bannister doesn't want to take the bat out of Jimenez's hands here. And just go ahead and swing and have yourself a good at bat. Try to drive the ball. 0-2, he's in survival mode.
Well, there could be that double play you mentioned. 6 to 4 to 3.
Yeah, that's the recipe for a double play ball there, right? You got a ground ball pitcher on the mound. You got a weak hitter in a defensive count where he's not likely to put a very good aggressive swing on the ball. He's just trying to make contact, and he probably would have been better off. Not probably, would have been better off not making contact. 2 quick outs for Hendricks.
Assuming Matt Bush pitches in this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty interesting story. We're here from minor league camp. He is a former #1 overall pick. The Padres.
Oh, is that Matt Bush?
That is that Matt Bush. He was a shortstop. Deep and foul. Bush spent over 3 years in prison for a car accident, 2012, driving under the influence, and he is trying to make a comeback. A story by Evan Grant from the Dallas News. says he's staying with his dad near this complex. He does not have a driver's license. And they're expecting him to start the year at AA. So kind of a big story here as Matt Bush gets set to pitch a couple of innings in this game. That'll find the gap. Schwarber will cut it off. Alberto hustling towards second, and he's just in.
Well, certainly a good time to press your case with 2 outs and nobody on to try to stretch a single into a double. And credit Alberto with good hustle here. He's thinking double out of the box. That second hop takes a little bite out of it, and that's what allows Alberto to get in there ahead of the tag by Kawasaki.
Desmond with a couple of big plays defensively from center. Throw to second easily. Deep right center. Caesar tracking, can't get to it, and the Rangers will grab the lead. Desmond to third with a triple.
Third hit of the inning for the Rangers. Single, double, triple. The double was a hustle double. This triple by Desmond really well struck. Takes a little while to admire it before taking off, but still manages to make it all the way to third base.
Off the end of the bat, trouble, and it will drop. And it's now 2-0 as Prince Fielder with a bloop RBI hit.
Well, it's a bit of good fortune for the big guy. That's a pretty good pitch. He hits it right off the end of the bat. Just a little flare.
Beltre takes ball one. Talking about the great career of Adrian Beltre. Yeah, it puts him among the greats. I mean, look at all the Hall of Famers on that list. Incredibly consistent.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about him being underrated.
Diving stop. Foul ball, though.
I think maybe some of it is the markets he has played in, too. And then the fact, you know, he hasn't spent his whole career with one team and kind of become that iconic player. A few years in LA, a few years in Seattle, one in Boston, now what, year 5, 6 maybe with the Rangers. He's been around a long time. Kind of leaning out over the plate. He might be able to jam him with a fastball. Hendricks, you know, doesn't rely on beating guys with his fastball that often, but especially as he gets later into the game and hitters have seen him a couple of times. If they're gearing up for the off-speed stuff, fastball becomes a better weapon.
Rangers get the first 2 runs of the game. 2-0 after 5.
baseball. Get your spring training fix with CSN Chicago. Our team follows the Cubs and Sox all over Arizona to bring you the hottest team in player news, on air and online. Spring training reports on Sportsnet Central. Brought to you by Abt Electronics, Appliances, and more.
March is matchup month at your local Ford store. The reigning champ is favored again. Ford returns as America's best-selling brand. Escape is a smart choice over Honda CR-V. With a powerful and efficient available turbocharged EcoBoost engine, the technology to virtually park itself, and an available hands-free lift gate. Go with Ford and drive home our winner. Now get a new Escape with 0% financing for 60 months plus $2,000 trade assist cash at your local Ford store now.
Now playing on DirecTV Cinema.
Your father was a great man to me.
I don't know him.
Well, I think you could be great too.
Every punch that I throw, everything's gonna be compared to him.
You're still caught in the shadow.
I found life on this planet. Damn it, I've been damaged. But
Bring back everything that's ever hurt you. All the pain you had inside. You belong here.
I found life.
Movies start at Channel 125.
This message is for all Americans that owe $10,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS.
Call the number on your screen now and we will contact the IRS on your behalf, help you end wage garnishments, stop collection calls, remove tax liens, get rid of IRS and state tax penalties, and reduce the amount you owe if you qualify.
Let us take the stress of back taxes and the IRS off your shoulders so you can spend time on the important things in your life, like your family or your business. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, call now and find out how we can help you.
We head to the 6th. Cubs trail the Rangers 2-0. The Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley Charity Run, presented by ATI Physical Therapy, Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at racetowrigley.com.
So here is the aforementioned Matt Bush. And Christopher Negron takes a strike. So Joe should be pretty familiar with Matt Bush because he did spend a little time pitching in the Rays organization. Again, the former #1 overall pick, 2004 draft, from San Diego and taken by his hometown team. But a lot of off-field problems. Just reading a little bit about his comeback. As you see, other changes. Bernier and Michael McHenry are in. Very remorseful. Spent a long time in prison for a drunk driving accident, and he's trying to put his life back together. He'll be caught by Siriaco.
Well, the Rangers have Josh Hamilton in camp, and boy, Hamilton could provide counsel for Matt Bush with all that he went through. A constant battle that Hamilton has had to deal with the addiction. In 2011 is when Bush made the move to the mound.
Schwarber takes a strike. Well, former shortstop, you'd expect him to have a good arm, and that fastball at 96 miles an hour.
Wow. 2010 actually is when he made the move from position player to pitcher.
Two strikes.
See if Kyle can keep his bat in one piece here in this AB.
Yeah, it has been an adventure. Charged by Bernier, and he got him. Did the bat break?
No, he probably wishes it had. First time up, the barrel of the bat went flying into the stands right off the top of the dugout there. Then last time up, a ground ball to second base, and the barrel preceded the ball, and the Rangers couldn't make a play on either. Pretty wise not to make a play on the bat. This got to be a big moment for Matt Bush, even though it's an exhibition game, to be on a big league mound.
Cut and a miss by Soler.
I wonder if when the Padres drafted him, their thinking was, well, if it doesn't pan out as a position player, maybe he can make that transition with that big arm.
Fall from grace is the top pick in the draft.
As a position player, he never played above Class A ball.
Just missed. 1-2.
John Daniels is the general manager of the Rangers, and he was quoted in a story today saying, you know, this is just an opportunity for Bush and a couple of these minor league guys to pitch in a quote-unquote A game. He has no chance of making the big league club.
Well, he mows him down here in the 6th. 1-2-3. Rangers lead 2-0.
Spring training baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is presented by Canals Auto Park, Route 41, Lake Bluff.
Meeting people is my life. I was embarrassed to show my teeth. It was time to do something that was going to be permanent.
The Clear Choice one-day approach is making dental implants a reality for people all over the country who suffer from missing or failing teeth.
We have expertise that you might not find anywhere else, all in one location.
The next day, I had a new smile. Couldn't wait to show some folks.
Schedule your free consultation today. We'll even talk about financing options.
I had the best smile I'd ever had in my life.
Call Clear Choice today.
Meet the new John Deere Gator XUV 590i, a vehicle so versatile it owns anything outdoors that ends in ing, like hauling, exploring, off-roading, and, of course, braking. 32 horsepower, a 1,200-pound payload, and over 1,000 different ways to configure yours. Go Gator. Visit your John Deere dealer to experience the new Gator XUV 590i, starting at just $9,799.
During the Lexus Command Performance Sales Event,
turnaround jumper,
there's always cause for celebration.
Are you kidding me?
With extraordinary offers on the exhilarating IS, the thrilling GS, and the powerful RC Coupe.
The buzzer!
Because thrills like this only happen during the Command Performance Sales Event. Lease the 2016 IS 300 all-wheel drive for $339 a month for 36 months, and we'll make your first month's payment. See your Lexus dealer.
Hey everybody, it's Len and JD, and we are less than 2 weeks away from the opener. Kyle Hendricks done today, gave up a couple of runs in his last inning of work, but very sharp early.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times finesse guys have a hard time getting feel early, and they're vulnerable early, but he usually doesn't. He's not afflicted by that very much. He usually takes the mound ready to go. The changeup was a big weapon for him again here today. He's ready to go. He's looked very sharp every time he's gone out there so far this spring. He's striking out a man an inning. So I'm guessing Kyle Hendricks is like, let's go. Give me the ball. Let's go. Let's go play.
Left-hander Manny Parra now working for the Cubs. Jesus Guzman's also in at first.
The other thing about Kyle Hendricks is there's Guzman at first base. Addison Russell has checked out as well. I'm not sure who's checked in. I just know that he's checked out. So we're talking about Hendricks, just to finish the point on him. Oh, it's Negron over there playing short now. If you're Kyle Hendricks, When you came into this camp, not guaranteed a spot in the rotation. You knew you kind of had your foot in the door. It was your job to lose, so to speak. And you've performed so well to this point. And maybe Joe has told him, yeah, don't worry, you're the guy. Maybe he hasn't. And you're always fearful of that one disastrous outing that's going to get people thinking in the other direction. So in his mind, he's just kind of steady as she goes, keep doing what I'm doing, and I'll be fine. And certainly that was the case here today.
Bounce to Negron.
I think a lot of fans think that spring training is a tryout camp, and for the most part it is not. But for certain individuals, it is. At the end of the day, when a manager's trying to make a decision about whether it's the fifth spot in the rotation, one more guy in the bullpen, or an extra man off the bench, in that case, what you do this spring does matter to a certain extent. Maybe not as much as what your resume says or what you did last year, but it can be a difference maker.
He got away from Manny. He has not allowed a run through 4 appearances so far in the Cactus League. This is 1-2. He held. Rangers got their 2 runs in the 5th inning. Off the starter, Hendricks. Bossler makes the play. It's the most famous introduction in professional sports throughout the 1990s. The Bulls' starting lineups were the ultimate opening act of a team who became a universal phenomenon for all time. Hear how a little-known song and the voices behind the mic turned the Bulls into professional sports pioneers. Tomorrow night on Sportsnet Central, only on CSN Chicago. Siriaco with an infield single and fly deep to the warning track in left center. Strike called. Mara ahead 0-2. Spencer Patton, the right-hander, loosening. Current Cub, former Ranger. Toward the hole and a base hit. He could not be stopped.
Back to 500.
That'll be it for him. Just another 2 for 3. Edwin Garcia will pinch run. We're talking about blackjack earlier, just kind of playing the odds and hear about the hot hand theory and that whole thing. Could you make a case, as you weight spring training averages, with guys who have a little bit of a track record at this level? The guy hits 118 and March versus a guy who hits 500, you go, well, the guy hitting 118, he's going to have a hot streak coming, and I'd rather have it be in April. Whereas a guy who goes 25 for 50, you go, well, this can't continue.
Yeah,
do
you probably
the reverse
could.
math on that and say that.
Yeah, and that would be a great. I would love to hear that conversation as the guy hitting 500 is sent down to the minor leagues. Sorry, dude, you've used up all your karma, and we just feel like you're going to have a bad April. So go down there, scuffle for a month, and we'll call you back up when you're due.
3-0 on Stubbs.
Whatever you do, don't go down there and stay hot because you'll never make it back.
Well, we joke about it, but there is something to be said. And some teams have exploited the marketplace in that certain guys having a good track record and then having one bad year. And the stock goes down. You sign him to a minor league deal or whatever, and you bring him in, and he kind of gets back to what he normally does. We see a lot of teams do that. That's more on a bigger scale.
Well, yeah, you take a look at a guy who's, if he's still of a certain age in the prime of his career, when he still, should be producing at a high level, or at least at whatever level you would expect him to perform at, that his resume would suggest. If he has a significant drop off, as long as he's healthy, you could make a pretty good bet that he would bounce back.
Swing and a miss. As Parra, it's another scoreless inning. Cubs trail as we go to the 7th, 2-0.
How was that for a wordy response?
Hi, checking out the RAV4?
Yep, looking for something fun.
Well, with available Sport Tune suspension, you can turn any trip into an awesome adventure.
Yeah! Errands.
Aren't they the best?
Right now, get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the all-new 2016 RAV4. Or lease RAV4 for only $209 per month during Toyota's One for Everyone sales event.
Have fun running those errands.
Toyota, let's go places.
Spring cleaning isn't just for the interior of your home. Remove clutter in your garage with Aero Metal Storage Buildings from Menards. They'll easily store mowers, wheelbarrows, and more. This 10 by 8-foot Hamlet shed is $289. Or choose this 10 by 12-foot Arlington, $419. Use your extra garage space for maintaining your vehicle. FVP Brake Parts Cleaner gets rid of unwanted grease, oil, and other contaminants without leaving residue. It's just $179.
Save big money at Menards.
Your attention, please. Dare to see Blue Man Group tonight at Briar Street Theater. Tickets at blueman.com.
Every night, get ready for the most dynamic show in Chicago. Your city, your teams, your show. This is Sportsnet Central, presented by Comcast Business, every night at 6:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Back here in Surprise. Beautiful day, nice crowd. Cubs trying to get on the board. So we get into the 7th inning.
Cubs still looking for their first extra base hit this afternoon. These fans are getting an autograph from a man batting 500. Got a lot of newbies out there for the Rangers. We'll catch you up as we go along. Matt Bush back out there for his second inning of work.
You might have to help me out here.
Regarding?
Who's playing where?
Oh. Johnny New Guy. Marte is the shortstop. Ooh, that's it.
Deep left. And caught by Mr. Hoying. Jared Hoying.
That's what you do when you weed the garden. Luis Marte, I believe, is the shortstop.
Okay.
Ryan Rua is the first sacker. Garcia stayed in to play second base.
Okay. Strike to Caesar.
Yeah.
We're all over it. Matt Bush has retired all 4 batters, getting ahead in the count. Boy, easy gas too. 96 without a lot of effort. It's even 2-2. Another chance for Hoying. Ahoy! He's got it. Any excuse to say that, I'm in. Hey, Cub fans, let's go. Don't miss your chance to catch the best matchups in baseball. Join the season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy and it's free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list. Kawasaki on both times, a single and then reached on an error. 97 that time for ball 1.
Kawasaki made his major league debut in 2012 with the Mariners at the age of 31. After a long career in Japan. I guess his primary strength, other than his great personality, we were talking about that earlier. You can't personality your way onto a ball club. He's very versatile, can play a lot of different positions. He's having a good spring with the bat, but that's never been his calling card, not in the States anyway.
The count. And ball 4.
Munenori hit .214 last year in Toronto, just 34 plate appearances, spent most of his time with AAA Buffalo. Hit .245 there. Career as a big leaguer, a .234 hitter. No real power. One big league home run to his credit. 712 plate appearances.
Strike to Vossler. Breaking ball that time. Derek Holland very sharp today. He went 5, didn't give up a run. And that pitch is low.
You're talking about Siriaco hitting 500 this spring. Right there, you're looking at Jeff Bannister, a lifetime 1,000 batting average as a big leaguer.
1 for 1?
1 for 1.
Swing and a miss to end the inning. Stretch time here in Surprise. It's the Rangers 2 and the Cubs nothing.
How fast is it?
Plenty fast. It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast.
Even if it doesn't catch on, doesn't mean it's not true. The John Deere Z-Trax Z535M with our re-engineered deck to mow faster, better. To find out more about the Excel Deep Mower Deck, go to johndeere.com/mowwellfast.
The experts at Binny's Beverage Depot can read my mind. They can even read my signs. You can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
Dave owed back taxes. After being hit with a wage garnishment and a bank levy, Dave struggled with his finances. He thought all was lost. Then he found out about U.S. Tax Shield.
If you have been threatened with a wage garnishment, bank levy, or tax lien,
call 1-800-758-3117.
Sandra and Victor owed an enormous amount of money to the IRS. U.S. Tax Shield was able to reduce their tax debt so that they were able to maintain their lifestyle.
Owe $15,000 or more to the IRS or state? Call U.S. Tax Shield.
Call 1-800-758-3117.
This is an important medical announcement for anyone suffering from back or knee pain. If you or a loved one suffers from back or knee pain and have Medicare as your primary insurance, relief is only a phone call away. You can qualify for a pain-relieving back or knee brace at little or no cost to you. Call our pain management hotline today and also get free delivery. Stop living in pain because the brace you need is too costly.
Please call 800-954-4489.
Hey, Cub fans, show your team pride with Cubs checking and an official Cubs MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC. Couple of changes. Spencer Patton, an ex-Texas Ranger, put together a fine spring. In a Cub uniform, now pitching, John Andrioli is now in center. And there's a glove out on the warning track.
This must be 1910 or something. Guys are leaving their gear out there.
Michael McHenry now catching. Takes a strike.
Patton pitched 27 times for the Rangers last year. Did not have a lot of success. He had an ERA of 9. 24 earned runs and 24 innings of work. He did strike out 28, though, in those 24 innings.
And on the hands that time and fought off foul. Nice grab by a fan in the front row.
Spencer is 28 years of age. He's from Urbana. Cubs got him in a trade in November.
Ball and 2 strikes on McHenry. He got him.
McHenry waving at the slide ball.
Luis Marte, the shortstop.
See, Troy Tulowitzki had to leave their game today. And hit by a pitch from Bartolo Colon in the hand.
Shallow right. Soler leaves his feet, makes the catch. He has had his struggles out there, but that was a dandy.
Sometimes it's tough to get a good jump here in Arizona. Tough sky, lower deck ballparks. You don't have the same perspective. He got a good break on that one. Kind of awkward the way he turned his glove to catch it, but he was able to do so. Work in progress. We were chatting with Davey Martinez. If you weren't with us earlier in the ball game, he's very confident that Soler and Schwarber are going to be just fine in the outfield.
This is James Jones, former Mariner. 1 ball, 1 strike on him.
Not an ancient Mariner, but a former Mariner.
Correct.
I think Gaylord Perry was the ancient Mariner.
Yeah, I guess whenever we say a former blank and it's an occupation of some kind, even though it might be a team nickname, we should probably clarify. A former Ranger could be someone who worked at Yellowstone. We don't know. Called strike 3. So Spencer Patton continues to impress.
He's a former Ranger.
He is. Soler with a nice grab. 2-0 after 7.
Make sure he's in bed by 8.
Yeah, don't let him stay up too late.
Yeah, guys, have fun.
Sometimes I get scared.
Scared of what, Danny?
The things I can't see.
Got a weird feeling. Almost forgot. In case anything happens.
Dad, I got this.
Oh, okay.
Let's watch a scary movie.
Well, Cubs down to their final 2 at-bats. They trail 2-0. Cub fans take the Cubs on the Move Fitness Challenge. Cubs want to hear from kids ages 7 to 13 in the Chicago area. Tell us why fitness is important and how it is part of your daily life. Submit your entries at CubsOnTheMoveChallenge.com. Do so before April 4th for your chance to work out with Cub players.
Cubs go. Go, Cubs go. Go, Cubs go. He's Canada. What'd you say? Cubs go. No one today.
Good stuff. Keone Kela, right-hander, working against Jesus Guzman. Deep center, but playable. Jones makes the grab. And he now just noticed the glove on the warning track, and apparently it was a young Cub fan. He's a very happy camper now. John Andrioli bunts. Couldn't get Kella too far off the mound, unfortunately. So with 2 outs, it is Christopher Negron.
I just want to hear that little guy sing some more.
Well, I thought he was just going to keep doing the Go Cubs Go, and then
we need to get him to sign a waiver and just use him all year long. This guy looks like he rushes it up there pretty good.
See their closer at some point today as well, maybe in a potential save situation. Sean Tollison.
Well, it's kind of redundant to say, I've seen a guy coming out of a major league bullpen and saying he rushes it up there pretty well, because just about all of them are throwing 95 miles an hour these days.
Schwarber on deck. Full 3-2.
Negron trying to work his way on. Tying run on deck. No need to be overly aggressive on that 3-1 fastball. It was borderline, could have gone either way.
Pitcher covering, and it goes 3-1. Cubs now without a hit since the 4th inning, and we need to revisit that wonderful rendition.
Go Cubs go! Go Cubs go! He's kind of what you say. Cubs go, no one to stay.
Who knew mini motoring could be so much fun? Actually, we did. We're Canals Mini, featuring the entire lineup of 2016 Mini models. Who knew motoring a Mini could be this affordable? Once again, we did. We're Canals Mini, now featuring special offers, plus boot to bonnet no-cost maintenance standard. Who knew you'd be so ready for a Mini? We did. Canals Mini, Route 41, Lake Bluff.
See the full line of Frigidaire Professional products at Apt. Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
It's only a muffin, freshly baked in store. And just one bite will have you wanting more. Introducing our deliciously sweet McCafe carrot muffins. Try one today for just $1.69.
To win a national championship once is a big deal. Binny's Beverage Depot has won it 3 times as National Retailer of the Year for wine, spirits, and beer. Low prices, a gigantic selection, and super service. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
2-0 score, bottom of the 8th. Are you in charge of planning your next social gathering? Plan a day or evening at Wrigley Field and enjoy special perks only available inside the ballpark. Cubs offers special ticket packages for groups of 15 or more. Visit Cubs.com/groups.
More changes for the Cubs, and the headliner is newly acquired Adam Warren. Came over from the Yanks in the Starlin Castro deal.
You look at the numbers on Adam so far this spring. A versatile guy who moved between the bullpen and the rotation for the Yankees last year. Made 17 starts. 7-7 with a 329 earned run average.
His appearances have been spread out to this point. Line shot off the bat of Ryan Rua. Juan Perez now playing right, makes a catch. Warren's last outing was 6 days ago in a B game against the Rockies. See the changes for the Cubs. And actually, Kawasaki now playing short. Doug Bernier.
Warren figures to start the year in the Cubs bullpen, but he could be an option as a starter if somebody falters or gets hurt. And ultimately, I think the Cubs see him as a starting pitcher at some point down the road.
Chris Bosio, Cubs pitching coach. Can't handle it. Bernier is aboard. That ball was hit hard.
He stays on that slider, barrels it up pretty well. And Hobb just ate up Watkins. Had to play it off to the side a little bit.
It is an error. Moreland, the DH, getting his fourth plate appearance. And he lines into right. Moreland will exit for a pinch runner. London Lindley. Strike called on Jared Hoying.
Warren throws fastball, slider, curve, and change.
The ball hit hard, and the Rangers will add to their lead. It's a double for Hoying, and it's 3-0.
Doing a lot of early swinging here, doing some damage, not seeing a lot of pitches. Just a little good get over slider at the bottom of the zone, and Hoying jumps all over it. Not a bad pitch.
Now Edwin Garcia with the infield drawn in. And a strike. Warren It's 0-1. Nothing and 2.
Yeah, if you got a club, a lot of times you see it towards the end of these spring training games, and you see some minor league hitters in there. They tend to be a little bit more aggressive, if not a lot more aggressive than major league hitters. So they're tougher to set up. They just go up there hacking. So you're probably better off spending time out of the strike zone.
Warren is from New Bern, North Carolina, and that pitch gets away from Cale Brockmeyer, the new catcher. Wild pitch, and a run scores.
Hey, they're going to score the back runner, too. No, they're not.
Did that ball get out of play?
It did. It rolled down into the Cubs dugout.
Base. Yep.
I had a brain cramp because I saw the home plate umpire point to the plate after the run had already scored.
That will be caught by Andreoli, and no shot to get Hoying. So a 3-run 8th inning.
Yeah, on 11 pitches.
Yeah, as you said,
nothing's left the ballpark.
The hack attack here. Here's another guy we don't know.
Might be Jordan Danks.
This is Jordan Danks. We actually know Jordan Danks. Former White Sox. John's younger brother. A 1-1 from Warren. This is the outside corner.
2014, when the Yankees, Warren worked exclusively out of the bullpen. Had a 2.97 ERA. His fastball averaged better than 94 miles per hour. Last year, the velocity was down a couple of ticks, but I'm guessing that's because of the work in the rotation. You typically see that. Guys pitching an inning at a time. He usually throws harder than he does if he's out there for 5, 6, 7 innings.
Just got a piece of that one. The 3-2 called strike 3, and that will end the inning. The Rangers get 3 more, and we will go to the ninth. They lead 5-0.
That's the sound of Sirius XM, controlled by the largest touchscreen in its class. This is the sound of someone blowing past the last gas station for over 500 miles. That's the sound of 4 usually rowdy kids enjoying their favorite movie. And together, these are the sounds of a well-executed automotive symphony. Get $3,500 combined cash allowance plus $1,000 bonus cash or 0% APR for 60 months on the 2016 Town & Country.
How fast is it? Plenty fast. It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast. It's how well you mow fast.
Even if it doesn't catch on, doesn't mean it's not true. The John Deere Z-Trax Z535M with our re-engineered deck to mow faster, better. To find out more about the Excel Deep Mower Deck, go to johndeere.com/mowwellfast.
During the Lexus Command Performance Sales Event,
Smith for 3.
There's always cause for celebration. With extraordinary offers on the visionary LS, the generously appointed ES, and the new 8-passenger LX.
Inbound pass, Smith lets it fly.
Because thrills like this only happen during the Command Performance Sales Event. Lease the 2016 ES350 for $339 a month for 36 months, and we'll make your first month's payment. See your Lexus dealer.
Well, Cubs and the Rangers today. Only time they'll meet here in the Cactus League, and we will see the Rangers right after the All-Star break. 3 games at Wrigley Field for interleague play. Cubs are down a bunch, 5-0, and here's the Ranger closer. Now in a non-save situation, Sean Tollison.
Working for the 3rd time this spring. Tollison with 35 saves last year. 35 saves coming in 37 save opportunities at a 2.99 ERA.
By the way, the Rangers announced this morning Cole Hamels will be their opening day starter. Big midseason acquisition last year. One and one on Kyle Schwarber.
Rangers open at home against the Mariners, so that'll be Cole Hamels and King Felix.
How about that? What was there, about 30 feet between the 2 fielders, and he found a way to hit it right in between them.
He exploited a soft spot in the zone.
And he will come out for a pinch runner, Charcer Burks.
Top hand smash with a top spin that carried over the second baseman and ducked down in front of the right fielder. Second hit of the day for Schwarber. First one was a broken bat single. That one solidly struck.
Up and in on Juan Perez.
We're talking about all the power arms that exist in Major League bullpens these days. Tollison throws well, but he's not, a 96, 97 mile an hour guy. Last year averaged 93 on his fastball. Likes his changeup. Complements those 2 pitches with a slider.
Catches the plate to make it 3-1. Allison, born in Dallas, 30th round pick of the Dodgers, 2010 out of Baylor University. And it's caught by Garcia, tricky son. Brockmeyer now catching for the Cubs. breaking ball that came back over. 0-1. 16th round pick. 2013. Cal State Bakersfield. Cale Brockmeyer. He's a big dude. 6'5", 235 on a broken bat foul out of play.
Down off the end of the bat. He needs a new twig.
Just got hit. Made a loud noise, but he barely flinched.
Tougher than a Mandelbaum. It's not going to flinch. Tollison struggling with the command here. This one gets away from him. Maybe got that elbow guard. Tollison is allowed to hit. A hit batter. He was 3-0 on Perez before coming back to get him, and the 3-0 pitch could easily have been called high.
Logan Watkins. Ground ball to first. Rua to second. Relay late. Cubs still alive, at least for one more batter. It's up to Kawasaki.
Good hustle here by Watkins to keep a glimmer of hope alive here, beating the double play relay.
You know, I just realized, partner, Cubs have been in Surprise twice this spring. Both games here on CSN, and they have not scored a run. 10-0 against the Royals last Wednesday. So one last chance here to break this Surprise shutout. Watkins will take second without a throw.
That's somewhat surprising. Gomer. Remember Gomer Pyle? Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Yes, I do. And that will do it.
I'm never coming back here.
So the Rangers beat the Cubs today 5-0 the final. And Kyle Hendricks was good. Always try to take a positive out of a spring training game, and got a lot of television coming up this weekend. As we mentioned, we'll be back with you on Friday from Mesa.
Yeah, most of the pitching was good today. The Cubs ended up giving up 5 runs, but there wasn't a lot of hard contact. There was an error and a couple of soft hits against Warren. Hendricks was solid. Manny Parra threw the ball in his one inning. Threw the ball well in his one inning of work, as did Spencer Patton.
So that'll wrap things up for JD. Our director, Jim Angio, our producer, Michelle Godwin, our associate producer, Chris Kampka, our tech manager, Mark Harper, our executive producer, Jim Cornell Jr., and our entire CSN crew. Glenn Casper is saying so long from Surprise. We'll see you on Friday from Mesa. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Final score 5-0 Texas.
I am never getting married. Never. Guaranteed.
You picked a beautiful ring.
Thank you. We're never having kids.
Breathe. Pillow of the ear.
We are never moving to the suburbs.
We are never getting one of those. We're never having another kid.
I'm pregnant.
I'm never letting go.
For all the nevers in life, State Farm is there.
Hello?
Who is it?
It's BMO Harris. It's an automated call asking if we have any questions about the new checking account.
Nice.
Oh, this is clever. The robot or whatever just acknowledged I called it automated. Now it's saying I'm a human.
Could it actually be human?
Oh, I am so sorry.
That's okay. It happens all the time.
That feeling you get when you discover a bank built for you, that's the BMO effect. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
Introducing Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro with next-level speed, coverage, marketing, and control features. Plus, Wi-Fi Pro offers what AT&T's Wi-Fi small site doesn't. Professional installation, advanced security, and millions of hotspots nationwide. Looks like taking your business to the next level starts with ditching AT&T. Give your business an edge with Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro. Comcast Business, built for business.
Dare to see Blue Man Group tonight at Briar Street Theater.
Now playing on DirecTV Cinema.
And the banks committed the greatest fraud in U.S. history.
The big banks ripping off working people.
Four rebels risked it all to take them down.
If we're right, people lose homes, people lose jobs.
We're going to make the big banks hurt.
It's a nice shirt. Do they make it for men?
So Mike Berry, who doesn't wear shoes, knows more than the federal government.
Dr. Mike Berry, yes, he does.
Movies start at Channel 125.
Welcome into Sports Talk Live, presented by the Chevy Silverado. I'm Kip Lewis in for David Kaplan, and we're going to get right to it. We've got a great panel on the show from 670 The Score, Jordan Burnfield. And over here, the birthday boy, 21 years old.
Yes.
He is
finally
legal
drinking
now.
age.
Chris Bowden.
You know, one of my best birthday wishes was, boy, I want to be a fill-in guest on Sports Talk Live. And the wish has been granted.
Here it is. Chris, you're never a fill-in.
Dreams do come true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great to have you. I don't get to see you much. Our desks are only 2 feet apart.
Just right next to each other.
So are you going to do anything exciting for your birthday?
No, and nothing nearly as exciting. You know, our booker Danny's birthday was last week. And then, boy, I saw some of the stuff she was doing on social media this past weekend with glow sticks and dance parties and stuff like that. Not even coming close to that.
Danny just was in my ear. She said senior booker.
Senior booker. I'm sorry. I'm sorry after that promotion.
All right. Hey, hopefully you'll have a good birthday being 21. You know, we've been there before. All of us have. Let's talk some Bulls basketball. They're at home taking on the Knicks. They seem, now that they're healthy, you know, maybe this is the point where they can turn the corner, because I think everyone would agree throughout the course of this year, one of the things everyone's been wondering, well, what is this team going to look like when they have all the pieces in place? The game the other night was just the second time Fred Hoiberg had his really the starting lineup he wants to be able to start all season long, which is kind of amazing when you think about it.
It is, and I think that they're now healthy at a time when the schedule really benefits them. I mean, they're in a stretch of 7 games where they're facing sub-500 teams. You got back-to-backs against the Knicks. You've won 3 in a row against sub-500 teams. You got the Magic coming up on Saturday. So this is really a point in the schedule where you might be able to build a little room. Now, that said, Detroit's won 3 in a row, and the Wizards have won 5 in a row. So all the teams at the bottom of the Eastern Conference playoff picture are playing well right now, but at least for the Bulls, it won't be the case anymore. At least you hope that, well, we don't have our best players in the lineup.
But I think one thing this season has taught us is I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
You know, and granted, they haven't had that whole group together, and that's an encouraging sign. They're getting pushed, you know, from the teams trailing, especially Detroit right behind them. And you have this great stretch of schedule you would think that plays right into their hands, but with the way this season's gone, it's always something. It's the old Rosanna, Dana. See how old I am there? See how old I am there? It's always something. So until they prove otherwise, let's see if they can beat this bad Knicks team back to back.
And I talked to some of the guys on the show yesterday about Derrick Rose. I felt like early in the season, everyone wanted to just say, you know, get rid of him. He's never going to come back and be the old Derrick Rose. And maybe he'll never be the MVP type player that he was a few years back. But now that he seems like he's gotten his confidence back, he seems a little more comfortable on the court. He's certainly got that little pep in his step. Are you starting to think that maybe we'll see a little bit of the old Derrick Rose?
I mean, I think we've seen it in spurts. Just the problem is, guys, that, you know, every time he plays a few games and looks good, there's some new injury. So, I mean, I would love to sit here and tell you that I think he's going to be on the court and that he's going to play and he's going to be good, because obviously that would be the best case scenario for the Bulls. But just the history would never prove that. So, you know, yes, you hope that he's healthy. You hope that he's going to keep playing. And he has played well for a prolonged stretch. The problem is, you know, when is the next adductor strain or calf injury or leg or whatever? I mean, whatever it is, it's just something new every day.
Or whatever his body's telling him on that particular day. Because
general soreness?
No one else seems to be talking about what an exact injury is. It's general soreness. I mean, granted, they came out with something a little bit more specific after that first mistake about, what, 6 weeks ago? But, yeah, I'm still in the position where, you know, let's prove it to me before we start, you know, bells and whistles.
If Rose is healthy and Jimmy Butler's healthy, you have two guys who I think are sort of the alpha males on the team, that they want the ball, they want the attention, they want to be able to score. Is there any concern that if maybe they do get into the playoffs and these guys, do you think there's going to be any sort of battling of who's going to get that last shot, who's going to get the most shots in a game?
Well, I think that that's been one of the sort of sub-stories of the season, right? That when Rose and Butler have been on the court together, which has not been that often, unfortunately, for the Bulls' case, that they don't seem to have great chemistry on the floor together. That, you know, they both are alpha male type players that want to have the ball, and Jimmy obviously prefers more of an ISO game, and I think Derrick has always been just used to being the guy that's going to get those shots. So I don't know how that's going to go, but, you know, for them to try to salvage what's been a really disappointing year, you hope that they can get that together down the stretch.
And we saw that as an example last year in the playoffs, where things broke down in that last game against Cleveland. It seemed like there was real tension. It seemed to carry over into this season. Now, Jimmy seemed to have backed off the last couple games since he's been back in the lineup. How much that will hold true the remainder of the season, we'll see. It's something that certainly we'll be watching and will need to be addressed. But you know what? The big X factor here, the man who's brought them all together, is McBuckets. I think we can all agree on that. But, you know, it's interesting to see if this starting five does stay intact. Having that option come off the bench is going to be interesting, because he seems to be finally getting it a little bit.
And I think maybe he's been the biggest surprise, at least this last part of the season, a guy who didn't look like he had any confidence, and you wondered what his NBA career would be like. And it's almost like, you know, you hear about it about young guys in all different kinds of pro sports. It's like the light just went on.
Well, for all the criticism that Fred Hoiberg has taken this year, the one thing that I kept wondering all season was, when is Doug McDermott going to be something? Because if there was ever a coach that would benefit this player, it was Fred Hoiberg coming in to coach Doug McDermott. I think that his system obviously benefits Doug's game, and it seems like now he feels comfortable within the offense. He feels comfortable doing things. And the other thing is, guys, he's not, you know, everyone thinks he's just this shooter in the corner. He was a great scorer at Creighton, and you're seeing that he has more ways to beat you than just a corner three.
Yeah, one thing that Kendall and Will always seem to bring up in the post-game show when he does have a good game, as he's been having consistently lately, is he'll start his game trying to attack the basket and force those defenders to try and play him honestly rather than sitting back and cherry picking. And once he gets that aggressiveness going early in games, then it opens things up for shots like you're seeing right now.
Let's talk some NFL. This is what we do. This is what, you know, something we like to talk about.
Is there any other sport?
Wait, yeah, I know. NFL is year-round nowadays. But the NFL owners' meetings wrapped up in Boca Raton, Florida. And it seems like every year now there are rule changes. I'm trying to figure out, they keep changing some things. I'm like, did they really need changing? And one of them is touchbacks are going to be moved to the 25-yard line. Yeah. Instead of 20. And I know it's obviously you want to help the offense. That's one of the things. But number one, your thoughts on it, and did you think it was necessary?
Well, go ahead.
Well, I just think that it's they always tweak things that seem not to need tweaking. I mean, basically, the more that you change this, the more it becomes we don't need. I mean, eventually we're going to just not have kick returns, right? I mean, that's what we're moving towards. I don't know whether that's next year, the year after, the year after that, but, you know, for all the NFL's, you know, issues with player safety, this seems to be the one area where they think that they can crack down, that we don't need kick returns, it's a dangerous play, and we can take it out of the sport. The problem is, I think, for a lot of people, especially in this town, when we saw what Devin Hester did for all those years, lighting up the field with all the kick returns, it's like, why take that play
It was almost
away?
like the Devin Hester rule.
Right. I mean, it's a really exciting play to take out of football. To me, the worst part about it is you have commercial, kick return, commercial. So it's like a 10-minute break in the NFL game. If they eliminate that, I'm fine with it.
And the first thing I thought of is the same thing that Brad Biggs brought up in an article a couple of days ago. Now we're going to be running into situations where teams are going to strategize, if you will. Let's get these kicks high in the air, allow your coverage teams to run over, get it to about the goal line.
Almost like you do with a punt.
And force the receiving team to decide, you know, whether they're going to risk having it bounce into the end zone and out or bounce the other way. Try and get it. I think that's one thing Robbie Gould could excel at, getting the kicks up in the air. But now it's going to be a matter, as bad as the Bears' special teams have been overall the last couple of years, those return teams, in terms of consistency and communication, are really going to have to be in sync, knowing, you know, there's going to be directional kicking on these kickoffs and knowing exactly, all right, what it's going to take if you're going to receive it and take the ball out or run the risk of having it bounce through the end zone. And, you know, I think Jeff Rogers, you know, squads here, the special teams coordinator with the Bears, his job gets a little tougher unless he has more consistency in his personnel in those special teams.
And one of the other rules, the ejection rule, which is 2 unsportsmanlike conduct fouls, you get ejected from the game. I don't know how many guys get 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties in a game to begin with, and I'm trying to figure out, well, was it necessary? And off the top of my head, I can't remember that happening many times. Your thoughts on this?
Don't you think it's sort of a bad precedent, because the referees had discretion to kick a player out of the game if they felt that he did something on the field that was wrong? Now it's almost like you get one free shot, because, okay, you get an unsportsmanlike penalty. Obviously, it hurts your team in the moment, but you're not kicked out of the game. I feel like the NFL always seems to overthink this stuff. I mean, the reality is the sport is so popular, the ratings are insane, it prints money, and every year they're like, well, that's not good enough. Let's change more things. I just think this is a change that wouldn't make sense.
And we still don't have an answer to the catch rule. So, I mean, they tried to explain that the other day. I think Dean Blandino went up there and said it was a 3-pronged situation. Firm control of the ball, 2 feet down, and then get yourself in a running position. What does that do to the sideline catch when guys have their 2 feet inbound? That certainly didn't solve anything. And even more so than the personal foul situation. And Grant, that only applied in 2 games last year. The Giants-Carolina game and then the Bengals-Steelers game in the playoffs. Yeah. The one that really gets me now is the new horse collar rule, where they're also including the nameplate in the back. I mean, we're
so basically you can't grab the jersey from the back and
it's not a matter of putting your hand inside the collar, inside the shoulder pad. Even if you grab it outside with the jersey and corral the guy down, that's going to be a penalty.
You know what it is? The NFL thrives on us criticizing it week after week. So
because it gives, we're talking about the NFL.
It's like we used to talk about the BCS and how stupid it was and how great it was for college football. This will be great for the NFL, because next year when they screw up the rules, we'll be like, why did they do this?
And one other topic real quick. The NFL is going to play a game in China in a couple years. The Rams are involved in that. The Rams are also on Hard Knocks this year. The Rams seem to be sort of trying to take advantage of this move. Number one, just your thoughts on the NFL having to go all the way to China to play a game, because that's rough. It's already tough enough to go to London, which the Rams are going to do, I believe, this year.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to work in the bye week either before or more likely after, and all that build-up. And it's interesting. I would think there are other places the NFL could go to. Grant, you know, you played in NFL Europe, and there's a certain base over there, much more so than China. But I imagine that's what their thinking is. You know, there's a certain entrance level, but it's never been over there. Why not give it a try to kind of expand this into a world sport, if you will?
It does seem like we're moving towards a team being out of this country, right? I mean, there's been talk about London eventually having a team, and I don't really know how that ends up working. What's the time difference, by the way, in China? I mean, when would this game be played? Like, I'm just thinking, like, are Americans going to be able to watch
7-8 hours, something like that?
Yeah, so, but I I mean, listen, they want to make it a global sport, and if the sport is moving towards an eventual like combustion where it's going to be too unsafe and the numbers eventually come down, Roger Goodell's probably like, well, why don't we just expand it all over the world first before it ends?
I was just told it's a 15-hour time difference. 13, I'm sorry, 13-hour time difference.
Then the smog, too. How about that? Where did you play in NFL Europe?
I played for the team in New York, but we did play games in London, Barcelona, and Frankfurt, which was actually okay because we were the New York team. This is 1991-92. So we flew out, and we actually spent 3 weeks over there. So it wasn't that difficult. We didn't do the back and forth.
Your road trip.
Yeah,
European road trip.
Yeah, we did like a 3-week
Chevy Chase in that European road trip? I'm not sure. Was he the coach?
It wasn't that exciting. The food was horrible. Hey, birthday boy, 21, go celebrate. I'm sure they've got cake and everything in there for you. They're going to
21 going on, yeah. 63.
And you're never a fill-in, so we appreciate you stopping by.
Glad to do it.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but before we go, here's today's Jimmy John's Freaky Fast poll question. We want to know, what's the biggest reason behind the Hawks' recent struggles? Goaltending, lack of offense, special teams, Cap being on vacation and abandoning the team. That might be the one to go for.
I'm voting.
To vote, go to csnchicago.com. We'll have updated results throughout the show. Order Jimmy John's sandwich delivery today. Yummy good, freaky fast. Go to jimmyjohns.com.
NFL going to Spain because Cap is there and he wants a game there. That's what.
Sports Talk Live is presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers who know what it takes to be number one. It's all about drive.
What truck company do you think offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, best-in-class V8 horsepower, and best-in-class V8 towing?
Chevy.
I'm going with Ram.
Definitely Ford.
The new 2016 Chevy Silverado offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, horsepower, and towing.
They're all Chevy.
It's Truck Month. Get a total value of $7,500 on this Silverado All-Star with a 5.3-liter V8. Plus, find your tag and get $1,000 cash allowance on select Silverado models in stock. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Hello?
Who is it?
It's BMO Harris. It's an automated call asking if we have any questions about the new checking account.
Nice.
Oh, this is clever. The robot or whatever just acknowledged I called it automated. Now it's saying I'm a human.
Could it actually be a human?
Oh, I am so sorry.
That's okay. It happens all the time.
That feeling you get when you discover a bank built for you, that's the BMO effect. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
Desátame de una vez. ¿Dónde has estado? Te he estado esperando por más de una hora. Al menos me hubieras llamado.
Jimmy
Los
Jones.
niños se están comportando como monios.
Jimmy
Estoy
Jones,
enloqueciendo.
ayúdame, por favor.
¿Cómo quieres que
¡Pronto!
solo? ¡Jimmy Jones!
Jimmy John's, Freaky Fresh Delivery.
If the Dodge brothers walked into a dealership today, they'd be pretty impressed with what's become of their maverick car company, with all the power, performance, and ingenuity. But knowing them, they'd insist on serving the donuts.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me $1,000.
Get yours before their history.
Get $3,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash or 0% APR for 60 months on the 2016 Grand Caravan.
Cubs fans, you won't want to miss the road to opening day as CSN Chicago takes you behind the scenes with the team from the north side. Take a bike ride with manager Joe Madden.
Everything's about energy, man. Everything. And I think we got that going on right now.
Hear from shortstop Addison Russell on his big changes during the offseason.
Just being a father is completely different. I have a lot of reason, to keep pushing.
And plenty more. The road to opening day, Chicago Cubs. Premieres Sunday at 7, only on CSN.
Welcome back. Let's check out our stat of the day, driven by the all-new Chevy Silverado. And against Central Division opponents this year, Coach Q's squad is just 12-11-3, and half of those wins have come against the Avalanche, Jets, who are out of the playoff picture. Last night's loss dropped them to 1-4 against Dallas, and against the other team they're chasing, the Blues, the Hawks are 2-0-2 with 1 game left. And after last night's 6-2 blowout loss to the Stars, the Hawks have dropped 7 of their last 9 games and have fallen to 4th place in the West, leaving the team looking for some answers.
We lost a ton of ground, important games, and very meaningful 4-point games where we, back-to-back Dallas game, really didn't give ourselves a chance to get any points. So it was a The situation, whether it's getting our attention, the awareness, the situation we're in right now is the urgency's got to be picked up here, and it's across the board.
And welcome back. The birthday boy is gone. We now welcome in some guys who know a little bit about hockey. I know you do for sure. Chris Hine, a Tribune Hawks reporter. Mark Carpin, WGN Radio. You're a hockey expert.
I am. Hey,
you are.
absolutely.
Well, I'm glad you guys made it in. And you know, I was out there yesterday at the United Center, and we had Eddie Olczyk on. We talked about some of the recent problems with the team. Your assessment of what's going on. There's been a lot of talk of, hey, maybe this team's tired. They played a lot of games. Maybe all the changes they made on the roster have caught up to them finally. What's your assessment from what you've seen?
I do think, and I wrote about it a little bit today, I do think there is a little bit of fatigue that's set in. I think maybe not so much physically, and the guys will, if you ask them, they'll say, I feel fine, like Nicholas Chalmerson said today. I feel fine. There's nothing wrong with me. But I do feel like there's a little bit of a mental fatigue going on right now with this team, and I feel like maybe once the playoffs get here, that fatigue will go away. Once the games finally start to mean that much in April, I just don't think the games right now, the difference between finishing in third and second place in the Central isn't really a big motivating factor so much as a third or fourth game of a playoff series. We'll see what happens once April rolls around. With each performance that looks like last night's, I start to get concerned a little bit more for just how well this team might fare in April. But they have the track record. They've done it before. They've earned the benefit of the doubt to kind of wait and see until April gets here and see how they do.
All right, we have another guy who can chime in on this. Troy Murray, the Hawks radio analyst, of course, on the phone. And Troy, I'd like to ask you that same question. You know, there's been a lot of talk. Is this team struggling right now simply because maybe they're a little bit tired? Does it have anything to do with all the roster changes they've made, or is it, you know, even none of the above?
It's a good question, and I think that the kind of the issue here is where do you point your finger, and where do you lay the blame of what's happened here the last little while? It's been tough to figure out. You can say that there's been adjustments, obviously, with the personnel since the trade deadline. But I think that the issues kind of are a little bit deeper than just trying to fit in the new personnel. Is there reason for concern? Well, I think that there is reason for concern, and that's the concern that this team isn't playing the way that they should be. And the bottom line is, and I agree with what I just heard, is the fact that if this was another group of guys, there would be a panic button being pushed right now for most teams in the NHL because things have just not gone in the right direction here in the last little while. But you do have to give these guys a little bit of the benefit of the doubt because they know what they need to do. But every time that these games roll by and the trend continues downward, when they're saying all the right things in between when they're playing these games, to me that's a little bit concerning. And even the stuff that was said today in the media saying, our competitive level is not where it needs to be. We need to get a little bit ticked off. That was one of the players' comments, and I agree with all those. But you can say whatever you want to say until you're mentally prepared to go that next step, which we all know that they have that ability to do that because you don't win championships without that ability. But they need to be better, and I think that it's a mental side of it. Are they a little bit fatigued? Absolutely. This team has played in a tremendous amount of hockey in the last little while, and the core group of guys that don't have any time off at all because they're playing in all the world championships, teams and stuff like that, the Olympics, all-star games for a lot of them. It's been tough for these guys to catch a break and really get the rest that some of these other teams. Is that an excuse? No, because the mind kind of drives the body, and I think if anything, they just have to kind of regroup inside their own minds and figure out what they need to do to be that team that we all know that they can be.
And Troy, outside of that type of fatigue, the one thing I was thinking is that this is also a team that for the last several years, regardless who's been there, as long as Taves and Kane have been here, there's been that expectation that this is a Stanley Cup championship team, and that has to weigh on these guys as well a little bit outside of having playing all the games. At some point there's that pressure of feeling, hey, we've got to be great all the time. And is there any fact that that maybe that weighs a little bit on them?
I don't think so, because this group of guys they've been on the big stage before, and again, whether it's the Olympics, whether it's the Stanley Cup final, they're just kind of wired that way, and I don't think it is a big worrisome matter that everybody feels that this is a team that should compete for the Stanley Cup, and they're expected to be one of the top teams, which they are. But I don't think that weighs heavily on any of the guys inside the locker room because they know what they need to do, and if that was the expectations and they were satisfied with what they've done, these guys would have packed it in a long time ago. I mean, where do you see a guy like? You just say Jonathan Toews, he's won a gold medal. He's won 3 Stanley Cups. He's won the Selke Trophy. He's won a Conn Smythe Trophy. He could retire right now and be a Hall of Famer. He's not wired that way, and most of these guys inside the locker room in that core group aren't wired that way. They're just wired. They're competitive. They want to win, and I don't think that they feel any more pressure from the outside of people's expectations. Their expectations within kind of drives the engine within all of these players.
And Troy, before we let you go, Marcus Kruger is supposed to be close to getting back on the ice. That's another guy you have to sort of work into the fold. But how much can he help these guys and what's going on right now with them?
Well, he's going to be a nice addition to the lineup, and obviously if you look at Marcus's specialties, it's shutting down games at the right times. It's making the big block. It's being a big part of the penalty kill. Offensively, is he going to come in here and light it up and turn things around? Absolutely not. He's not that type of player. But you don't win championships without these type of guys in the lineup. And Marcus Kruger's a proven winner, and he's excited to get back in. I know the Blackhawks are excited to get him back in the fold. You're probably going to see a line when he gets back in that was so successful last year in the postseason with Andrew Shaw and Andrew Desjardins playing together, and then that's a real good line that can go head-to-head against another team's top line. They can give you some energy. So it's going to be a real nice addition to the lineup. But is it going to be, is he going to come in here and be the guy that changes everything? Absolutely not. It's got to come within the entire group inside that locker room.
All right, Troy, I appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the show, and we will certainly talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me on. Much appreciated.
All right, guys, let's pick up on that. And you guys didn't get a chance to talk about that, Jordan. But when you look at what's going on, what aspects do you look at for the struggles recently?
I think Chris makes a good point about a potential fatigue factor, but I think there is concern because of the way last night's game went. I mean, yes, we all know that this is a team that's won the Stanley Cup 3 times in 6 years, and they've got the veterans, and they've been to the top of the mountain. We know all this stuff. But the way they've played lately, I mean, they've now lost 6 out of 7. You go into last night's game against the top team in the Central. You're 4 points behind going in. You give up 4 goals in the first period, and that's pretty alarming, even for the Blackhawks, even for this franchise and the way that they've been. So, you felt like as bad as they've played lately, that maybe they turn it up last night, they make a statement at home. The fact that that wasn't made has made me start to feel concerned that maybe this team just isn't gelling right now. And ultimately, listen, if Crawford comes back once they get to April and they go into the playoffs with him, they might be fine, but it looks bad right now.
Right. And listen, you just hit on it. And at least in my mind, you've got a lot of new players coming in, right? You're incorporating Hosa's coming back. No Corey Crawford. Kruger's coming back. Long season. So I think there's a lot of factors right now. And at the end of the day, I mean, you have to beat the Chicago Blackhawks 4 times. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not going to bet against them. I just going in the playoffs. I don't care where they finish at the end of the season. I don't want them to lose every single game the rest of the way, but the quote-unquote pen bug, which, by the way, I don't even know what that means. We're going to start panicking. I mean, do you watch the game under your couch? I don't even know what that is. So, but I think, hey, let's let it play out. I don't think there's any real reason to get concerned.
The one thing they need to watch out for here over the next couple of weeks is after last night, they're now 6 points behind the Stars, who are in first. They're only 4 points ahead of Nashville right now in the standings. And Nashville is the first wild card team. And with the screwy divisional format that the NHL adopted a few years ago, this could leave the Hawks vulnerable to playing the Kings in the first round. And that is a matchup the Hawks want to delay as long as possible in this playoff series, because I think if there's one team in the Western Conference equipped both in terms of personnel and from a psychological standpoint to take down the Blackhawks, it's the Los Angeles Kings. Yeah. And if you're going to play them, you want to make them go through 2 rounds and get to the Western Conference Finals before you have that showdown. And right now they're in danger of facing them in the first round. And I think that's a bad matchup, especially if they go into the playoffs slumping.
These guys mentioned Corey Crawford. I wanted to ask you, most people would say that Scott Darling's played pretty well in these last few starts. But but are we once again seeing the importance of Corey Crawford to this team? Because no matter what, whether it's the All-Star game or people around the league, he seems to be the guy that gets overlooked, and now all of a sudden he's not in there and they're struggling.
I definitely think so, and you can even make the argument that even before Crawford got hurt, when he wasn't playing well, you can make the argument that he was playing so well earlier in the season. Now you see what happens when Crawford isn't playing well. They start to lose a couple of these games. It was him and it was the Patrick Kane line early in the season that carried this team. And Crawford right now is hurt. He's not playing. And before he got hurt, he wasn't playing well. Kane has been in a bit of a slump. Panarin, Anisimov, those guys haven't been producing. The power play, struggling. Those three things that were carrying the Hawks throughout the course of the season, all of them have stopped working for one reason or another right now, and you're seeing the result of that.
And have we seen a slippage in defense? I know Eddie Olczyk brought up the fact, Johnny Oduya is not here. You got three other guys that were here last year, played solid, but, is that maybe an issue as well for this team?
I do think this team misses a really solid fourth defenseman like Johnny Oduya. They've been getting by most of the season with a combination of Eric Gustafsson, Trevor Van Riemsdyk, Michael Roosevelt, but they don't have a true number 4 that I think Joel Quenneville can trust for 20 to 25 minutes a night out there. I'm not sure Van Riemsdyk is that guy. Maybe he can become that, but right now the back end of the blue line is not performing the way they need it to if they're going to make this run in April, definitely.
And I think maybe that's the one thing that's been overlooked. There's a lot about the power play and the goaltending and all that, but hasn't been a lot of talk about just the loss of that fourth defender.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was a big loss for the Blackhawks. There's no question. I think, Joel Quenneville, you always know when he doesn't like the way that his team is defending, right? I mean, you'll hear him say, well, he was okay, or we were okay. That's code for we stunk, right? And you hear him say that more often than not recently when it comes to their defensive pairings. And listen, Duncan Keith is incredible. And you think about the number of minutes he plays, it's almost like he's two defensemen out there because of how much he takes on in terms of responsibility. Seabrook has had a good offensive year, maybe not quite the same defensively, but, they've always been a little bit short defensively, but they always had just enough, and right now it seems that they don't. And the games that they were able to outscore teams, you're seeing less and less of that recently.
Listen, you got to love that Stan Bowman was super aggressive and is all in for the year. But the bottom line, this year is complete gravy. I mean, there's a reason that we're at nearly 20 years since anyone's gone back-to-back. So, if you were said at the beginning of the year that right now with 8 games to play in the regular season, this is the position they'd be in, I mean, I think, maybe the players wouldn't take it, but management would say, okay, that's fine. Let's roll the dice and go into the playoffs. I mean, to me, they've had a great year, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. All right, well, guys, we're going to continue this, talk a little bit of baseball. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we're going to talk a little Cubs and White Sox. Kyle Hendricks on the mound for the Cubs this afternoon, and John Danks getting it done for the White Sox.
What truck company do you think offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, best-in-class V8 horsepower, and best-in-class V8 towing?
Chevy. I'm going with Ram.
Definitely Ford.
The new 2016 Chevy Silverado offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, horsepower, and towing.
They're all Chevy.
It's Truck Month. Get a total value of $7,500 on this Silverado All-Star with a 5.3-liter V8. Plus, find your tag and get $1,000 cash allowance on select Silverado models in stock. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
You're not gonna watch it. No, you're not gonna watch it. We can't let you download on the go. You'll just have to miss it. Yeah, you'll just have to miss it.
No thanks, I have X1 from Xfinity, so.
Don't fall for DirecTV. Xfinity lets you download your shows from anywhere. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
I used to like that song.
Add beauty and durability with laminate flooring from Tarkett. Right now, it's all on sale. The Occasions collection comes in 2 styles, 88 cents a square foot. The Worthington collection has an attached pad and also comes in 2 styles, only $139 a square foot. Brighten your home with Patriot lighting. This 2-light Olympia vanity light comes in a satin nickel finish with frosted opal glass, $39. This 3-light Salerno vanity light comes in an oil-rubbed bronze finish, $49.
Save big money at Menards.
All right, let's do this. I got minds to twist and values to warp.
Mr. Tyler, your Skittles portrait.
That is E to the Z, ooh, tweedly disgusting.
You haven't heard me sing Diddly Ding yet. Dream on.
Higher.
Dream on.
I think a little higher.
Rock the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
This is your CNBC tax tip. If you didn't fully fund your IRA last year, you still have until April 18th to do so. That's the 2015 deadline for contributions to a traditional or Roth IRA. The maximum contribution is $5,500. 50 or older, $6,500. For CNBC, I'm Sharon Epperson.
The CNBC tax tip is brought to you locally by Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank.
Bulls, Knicks, tomorrow at 6 on CSN.
And we are back with our spring training coverage brought to you by Apt Appliances, Electronics, and more. Well, the White Sox beat the Padres 6-1 today. John Danks threw 6 shutout innings. He has now pitched 11 straight scoreless frames. He says Gianna Navarro told him he was tipping his pitches, and since then he's been making the adjustment. So perhaps it is working. We're going to go now to Arizona, where our Dan Hayes is standing by. Dan, of course, our CSNChicago.com White Sox insider. Dan, I know you're enjoying the weather out there, but tell me what's going on with our guy, John Danks.
Well, you know, Kip, this is encouraging for sure for the White Sox, just given what John Danks has done the last couple of years. It's really good timing for him just to have this kind of confidence building right before the end of spring training here. But it's obviously something that needs to carry over into the regular season. And you know, I think, like I said, the timing is good. He a couple starts ago against Arizona, it looked, apparently, Gianna Navarro said like he was moving his glove right at his stomach, and that kind of let hitters know what was going on. And we asked Gianna Navarro, was it kind of obvious? And he said, yeah, I'm 9 for 18 off of my career. So obviously this is something that he's picked up before. He saw it again. But the main thing beyond that is there's been some serious work on mechanics and on just being more throwing it where he wants to. John Danks has talked about that a lot. And specifically, they've worked on his arm side mechanics, you know, getting the ball in on lefties, away from righties. And he feels comfortable with what he's done. The last couple starts, 2 starts, 11 innings, 13 strikeouts. He's looked good. And, you know, again, it's spring training stats. You kind of have to take it all with a grain of salt. But at the same time, it's really good for him to get this kind of success at this point.
So, Dan, are you saying that John Danks has been tipping his pitches for who knows how long, and they're just figuring this out?
No, you know, I can't say that for sure. This is something that's entirely new, the way they've worked on mechanics. You know, I think the way that he and Don Cooper have gone about this spring is trying to be more pinpoint with his control. I think that we've seen him he was a guy that could throw at 93 miles per hour earlier in his career. He's not that guy anymore, and I think he is really getting that and is trying to hone in. They've done some things to simplify his mechanics a little bit, and I think that's more what we're seeing.
How about Avi Garcia? Obviously off to a pretty good start this spring. Yeah,
another guy where, you know, this has been a very good confidence-building time for him because he put in some changes with his swing. You can see a little bit of difference in the position of his hands. Apparently, before it was above the shoulders, now it's a little bit below. He's standing taller, which allows him to see some pitches. And really, it's allowing him to get around, I guess, a little faster because he's been pulling the ball down here. And it's one thing that the White Sox have always hoped to do is get him to tap into that pull power a little bit. He's a guy that doesn't need to do a whole lot with the bat because he's so big and strong that all he has to do is really connect and square stuff up, and they expect the ball to go far. And this spring it has been so far. And again, this is spring training, so it's a 359 average. The OPS is above 1,000. That's really good, and he is hitting the ball extremely hard. It's good that he's had this success here, so he sticks with the changes. It's taken them a little while to get him to kind of do these changes, but they think that if he had that success, he'll want to kind of keep trying this, and they think that's the way for him to be successful at the major league level.
And Dan, do you get a sense at this point that maybe the Sox are a little bit closer into figuring out how they're going to handle their outfield?
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, with the retirement of Adam LaRoche, I think that they, you know, now they can move guys around. They have a lot more flexibility. I think that you'll see DHing, you'll see Deanna Navarro might DH a little bit. You'll see Garcia DHing. You'll see Melky Cabrera DHing. You might see Adam Eaton DHing. But it kind of removes the fact that they used to have two outfielders who were defensive liabilities in there at the same time. Now you have Austin Jackson in center most of the time. You have Adam Eaton in one of those corners. And really you have that flexibility to keep those two on the field most of the time and have either Cabrera or Garcia out of the lineup at the DH spot or out of the field at the DH spot. And I think that makes them a much better defensive outfield.
All right, Dan Hayes, our White Sox insider. As always, we appreciate your time. Enjoy the weather out there, buddy.
All right, thanks, man.
Hey, remember the windshield Kyle Schwarber broke with a batting practice home run earlier this spring? Well, it has been autographed by the Cubs slugger, put into a display case, and will be auctioned off on Friday at Sloan Park with proceeds benefiting Cubs charities. And the case, by the way, was built by Safelite, the glass repair company who fixed the windshield. So Safelite getting a free little pub there from us. But let's talk a little Cubs, guys. Your thoughts? I mean, everyone's already said they're going to win the World Series. When you look at the team, is there anything, whether it's pitching, at the plate, or defense, that says, okay, maybe this could be a concern down the road?
I mean, yeah, listen, I think that they're obviously a really good team on paper, and that's why so many people are in love with what they're doing. But, I mean, there's definitely concerns. I think the back end of the rotation is a concern. Certainly Jason Hamill down the stretch last year with the back injury was not the same pitcher. Kyle Hendricks is a guy that I think there's a lot to like about him, but the reality is he's kind of just been sort of a fringe rotation guy so far in his young career. Back into the bullpen, too. I mean, Hector Rondon and Pedro Strop were good last year, but they're relatively unproven guys, so I think we don't really know how that's going to work out. If they're healthy, and that's obviously the key in baseball, and last year they didn't really suffer any major injuries, they've got a team on paper that you think is going to be very, very good. But, I mean, that's why they play it, and to anoint any team in spring training is a little crazy.
And you mentioned Hendricks. He went 5 innings today, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, and 5 Ks, Mark.
He's pitched well all spring, which is a good sign, and I like Kyle Hendricks. He's a guy that's not a max effort guy, so he's never going to completely wow you, but back in the rotation, I like his upside there. The concerns for me, I mean, listen, John Lester comes out, he's got a bone chip in his elbow. That was not fun to read for a Cub fan. The back end of the bullpen, like Jordan mentioned, I mean, Rondon's been getting killed all spring, and it's Pedro Strop, it's mostly up, but sometimes down. And listen, at the end of the day, I think it is important to always remember that they are the Cubs. Until they're not the Cubs, they are the Cubs. And to me, it's a factor. I'm sorry, there's more pressure on this team because they haven't won in 108 years. I just think when they are in the mix, there's going to be that much more attention, and then you got to be able to handle that.
But what about the mime and the 70s band, tie-dye?
It's almost like the reverse of the Blackhawks. It's like we're talking about the Blackhawks, like don't worry about the Blackhawks or the Blackhawks. Whereas like with the Cubs, it's like keep worrying until you see something happen here.
Well, the Blackhawks have earned the credibility they have not.
Well, once Theo's interesting on that side because once the Red Sox flipped the switch, I mean they started winning World Series that they shouldn't have won, right? I mean in 2011, right there, or 13 rather. That's a team that wasn't the best team, but yet they had it all changed. Well, it still has to change here for that.
Well, we will see. A lot of people have some high expectations for the Sox as well. We'll see how it all plays out. Up next, we'll hit the track as once again Jimmy Johnson found himself in a familiar place at Fontana last Sunday. Victory Lane NASCAR comes your way next on Sports Talk Live.
What truck company do you think offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, best-in-class V8 horsepower, and best-in-class V8 towing?
Chevy. I'm going with Ram.
Definitely Ford.
The new 2016 Chevy Silverado offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, horsepower, and towing.
They're all Chevy.
It's Truck Month. Get a total value of $7,500 on this Silverado All-Star with a 5.3-liter V8. Plus, find your tag and get $1,000 cash allowance on select Silverado models in stock. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
The game that produced Anthony Davis, Breanna Stewart, Bobby Portis, and Ben Simmons returns to Chicago. The future begins at the McDonald's All-American Games.
week's NASCAR race. Enter the Chicagoland Speedway sweepstakes at CSNChicago.com and tell us who you think will win. Then be sure to tune in every Tuesday to CSN as the president of Chicagoland Speedway, Scott Paddock, joins Dave Kaplan on Sports Talk Live. If he randomly selects your entry, you'll win tickets to the NASCAR Sprint Cup race on September 18th in Joliet. Plus, you'll be entered to win the grand prize, a trip for two to the 2016 Sprint Cup Awards ceremony in Las Vegas. Submit your race pick now.
This year, our Freaky Fast in-store service will save customers over 8 million hours. That doesn't even count our amazing delivery. Because we try to locate our stores closer to your mouth, we save time there too. We know you'll use it well.
For over 90 years, one name means more to car buyers. Grossinger Hyundai in Palatine.
Save thousands on hundreds of new Hyundais during our grand opening. New Elantras are just $13,800. That's under $14,000 for a new Elantra.
Grossinger Hyundai Palatine.
The Bulls starting lineup introductions are the gold standard for teams around the league. This Thursday on Bulls Pregame Live, Chuck Garfien has the story of how it all started. That's tomorrow at 6 o'clock only right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Time now to go live out to the United Center. That is where our Vincent Goodwill is standing by, our Bulls insider at CSNChicago.com. And Vincent, it seems like we've talked about this all season long, but heading into this game against the Knicks, how is the health of this team? Is everyone ready to go tonight?
Well, with the exception of Etwan Moore, reserve guard who's out with a hamstring strain, we are virtually as healthy as a ball club as you've had the entire season. Now, granted, Paul Gasol is probably going to play around 24, 25 minutes, and Derrick Rose and Jimmy Butler are under minute restraints, but they're going to just start ramping up in the next few games, and they're going to start playing 36, 38 minutes, or as many as they can handle, according to Fred Hoiberg. So at this stage of the season where you need your heavy hitters to be available and basically playing on all cylinders, they're getting as healthy as they've been all season when they need it the most.
Vincent, we know this team is battling for playoff position just to get into the postseason. Talk about what's coming up on the schedule for this team and how important it is for them.
Well, Kip, we talked all season, or at least the past week or so, about how important this four-game home stretch is for them, where they're playing 14 teams under 500, and they basically, with the exception of tonight, we'll see how that goes, they come out with flying colors. Now, after next week, after you get through 2 games with New York back-to-back, and then you go and play Orlando on Saturday night, another sub-500 team, you've got Atlanta, you've got Indiana, you've got Houston, all playoff teams. Atlanta is a team that's gotten hot lately and has beaten the Bulls up all season long. Indiana, as we all know, is a tough matchup with Paul George. And the Houston, the team that was here a couple weeks ago for Jimmy Butler's first return game, is also fighting for playoff positioning. So while they can pass this test and they can win as many as 5 straight without blinking an eye, next week will be just as tough, so they can't let their guard down.
All right, Vincent Goodwill, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us, and, of course, enjoy the game out there tonight.
Thanks, Kip.
Time now to welcome in the president of Chicagoland Speedway. That would be Scott Paddock. And NASCAR has the weekend off for Easter, but last weekend they were in Fontana. Jimmy Johnson gets the win on his home track. He surpasses Dale Earnhardt Sr. for 7th on the all-time wins list. I feel like Jimmy gets a lot of credit because he's always there at the end of every season when the championship comes around. But is he one of those guys, when you talk about the legends, is he still a little bit underappreciated? Because I feel like even after all these years, we're talking about the guys that were there, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah. I do think he's underappreciated, and I think he's one of those athletes, Kip, when you look back, you're really going to be wowed by what he's accomplished. I mean, 6 NASCAR Sprint Cup championships, one more, and ties the all-time winner, Richard Petty, and top 10 list now, and he's still got a lot of years left in him. I mean, I think he's mid-30s right now, and so he's got a good run left ahead of him. So we've just come to expect this from him over the years, and I think, like a lot of great athletes, when they continue to wow you, you kind of take them for granted over the years.
You talk a little bit about the aerodynamics package. It's new this year. We heard a lot of people early in the year talk about it. It seemed like the racers enjoyed it, but it definitely came into play in this race in Fontana this past week.
No doubt about it. 26 lead changes, which was remarkable. And what happened was a lot of drivers who had lost position were able to make up that position because they were able to pass because of the impact of this new aerodynamic package. Remember, less downforce, less grip, puts the hands back in the racing back in the control of the drivers. But a byproduct of that we saw this weekend was tire issue, because what drivers were trying to do to regain that grip was to adjust the tire pressure or the camber, which is the weight on the left or right side of the tire, and that was causing the tire shoulder to overheat rubbing against the racetrack. So we had a lot of tire issues this past weekend. So drivers and crew chiefs will have to figure out how to adjust that moving forward.
Talk a little bit about the Kyle Larson crash, a scary accident there on the field, or on the course there. But the safer barrier, which obviously has come into play over the last several years, really showing that it's doing its job on the track.
No doubt about it. I mean, 4 years ago, Denny Hamlin had a similar incident in turn 4, went hard into that wall, and it was an area of the wall that was not protected by safer barrier. He had a fractured vertebrae, took him months to recover from that. So, you know, the whole intent of the safer barrier was to promote safety among the drivers, absorb the impact of that crash. You know, Kyle was probably going 160 miles an hour when he hit that wall, so, or Kyle Larson. So it did its job. He recovered from it, and that was a nasty spill. I mean, all four tires got up in the air on that one. So great to see that the safety impacts that NASCAR implemented and the tracks have invested in are doing their job.
Well, Casey Kane and Danica Patrick got into it during the race. Danica actually said that Kane put her into the wall on purpose. Number one, do you think that he did it on purpose? And she might have someone to answer to when it comes to some of these NASCAR officials.
Well, she will. I mean, Casey, you know, said it was not intentional. Hard to tell. Sometimes it's a judgment call, and it's all based on perspective. And it's been a while since we've heard from Danica, so you know, it was time to hear from her. But I expect that she may come down and get fined. If you recall, after the Tony Stewart, Kevin Ward dirt track incident a couple of years back, where Kevin Ward got out of the racetrack and had that tragic incident occur, NASCAR implemented a rule that drivers were not allowed to get out of their car unless they felt their safety was endangered, i.e. the car was on fire. So Danica got out of the car to confront Kane on the racetrack, so I suspect NASCAR is going to come down with some fines on her.
I covered Danica a little bit when I worked in Indy for a few years. She was huge in open wheel racing. I mean, you know, wherever she went, she kind of had that rock star status. And there was some talk about her moving when she moved into the stock cars, that it would be a transition for her, that it wouldn't be so easy. She still gets a lot of attention, but has the performance matched up to all the hype so far?
Well, she would probably be the first to admit that she had higher expectations. And, you know, there's certainly going to be a learning curve as you transition from the open wheel race cars to the stock cars. And she's in good equipment. You know, this Stewart-Haas race team, you can't blame it on the equipment. That's, you know, it's a well-resourced team. So I think, you know, you would have expected a little bit more of a progression. Still finishing kind of middle in the pack, mid-20s, which is, you know, she's finishing superior to a lot of drivers that have been going at it a lot longer than her. So, but, you know, I think she'd be probably her biggest critic. And, but she's a remarkable ambassador to the sport. And I think I've gone on record before that what she is doing is nothing short of remarkable, competing with the men without any competitive advantage whatsoever.
Before we let you go, when you talk about the rookies, who's having the better season, Chase Elliott or Ryan Blaney?
Well, I mean, they're both remarkable, and as you have guys like Jeff Gordon and now Tony Stewart kind of head off into retirement, it's important to refill that young driver pipeline, and it's exciting when you look at some of this crop of new drivers that's coming up. But Chase Elliott's the guy that I really think is going to be a superstar in the sport. Comes from great genes with his father, Bill Elliott, former champion, and has won the NASCAR Xfinity Series, so he's a proven commodity now. All it's going to take is a little bit of experience, and you're going to see him in victory lane quite often moving forward.
All right, well, Scott, appreciate you stopping by as always. Enjoy your weekend off. as well.
A rare weekend.
Yeah, I know you're going to enjoy that. And congrats to Becky Dirking from Wooddale, Illinois. You've won 2 tickets to the first race in the Chase at Chicagoland Speedway this September. You can join in on Cap and Scott's weekly NASCAR bet. Go to CSNChicago.com to enter your driver pick each week. One randomly selected winner gets 2 tickets to the Chase opener this September at Chicagoland Speedway, and one grand prize winner wins a trip to Vegas for the NASCAR awards ceremony. Enter right now at CSNChicago.com.
What truck company do you think offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, best-in-class V8 horsepower, and best-in-class V8 towing?
Chevy. I'm going with Ram.
Definitely Ford.
The new 2016 Chevy Silverado offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, horsepower, and towing.
They're all Chevy.
It's Truck Month. Get a total value of $7,500 on this Silverado All-Star with a 5.3-liter V8. Plus, find your tag and get $1,000 cash allowance on select Silverado models in stock. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Hello?
Who is it?
It's BMO Harris. It's an automated call asking if we have any questions about the new checking account.
Nice.
Oh, this is clever. The robot or whatever just acknowledged I called it automated. Now it's saying I'm a human.
Could it actually be human?
Oh, I am so sorry.
That's okay. It happens all the time.
That feeling you get when you discover a bank built for you, that's the BMO effect. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
Desátame de una vez. ¿Dónde has estado? Te he estado esperando por más de una hora. Al menos me hubieras llamado.
Jimmy Jones.
Se están comportando como monios.
Jimmy
Estoy
Jones,
enloqueciendo.
ayúdame, por favor.
¿Cómo quieres que consiga solo? ¡Jimmy Jones!
Jimmy John's, Freaky Fresh Delivery.
Jimmy John's Freaky Fast poll results time. Both goaltending and lack of offense come in at 31%. While get this, 21% blame Cap. David Kaplan for being on vacation. Thanks for voting. Order Jimmy John's sandwich delivery. Yummy, good, freaky fast. Go to jimmyjohns.com. Guys, is this all about Cap?
Clearly, it's a bigger problem than the penalty kill right now, Cap being on
Listen,
vacation.
I mean, Cap said that he schedules his life around going to the games, and he's not there, and I'm blaming Cap.
I've been watching Cap's videos that he's putting on Facebook from Italy, and let me tell you, they've been very interesting.
I heard he's all into Snapchat and all that stuff, which I just learned Snapchat like yesterday.
He walked in there and said that I don't know how to order coffee. I'm an American. I thought that was, it was enlightening, really. I was there.
All right, well, guys, appreciate your time. That's a wrap for Sports Talk Live, presented by the all-new Chevy Silverado. Have a great evening. Sportsnet Central coming up next. Cap, it's all your fault, buddy.
What truck company do you think offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, best-in-class V8 horsepower, and best-in-class V8 towing?
Chevy. I'm going with Ram.
Definitely Ford.
The new 2016 Chevy Silverado offers best-in-class V8 fuel economy, horsepower, and towing.
They're all Chevy.
It's Truck Month. Get a total value of $7,500 on this Silverado All-Star with a 5.3-liter V8. Plus, find your tag and get $1,000 cash allowance on select Silverado models in stock. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
The game that produced Anthony Davis, Brianna Stewart, Bobby Portis, and Ben Simmons returns to Chicago. The future begins at the McDonald's All-American Games.
For each week's NASCAR race, enter the Chicagoland Speedway Sweepstakes at CSNChicago.com and tell us who you think will win. Then be sure to tune in every Tuesday to CSN as the president of Chicagoland Speedway, Scott Paddock, joins Dave Kaplan on Sports Talk Live. If he randomly selects your entry, you'll win tickets to the NASCAR Sprint Cup race on September 18th in Joliet. Plus, you'll be entered to win the grand prize, a trip for two to the 2016 Sprint Cup Awards ceremony in Las Vegas. Submit your race pick now.
This year, our Freaky Fast in-store service will save customers over 8 million hours. That doesn't even count our amazing delivery. Because we try to locate our stores closer to your mouth, we save time there too. We know you'll use it well.
For over 90 years, one name means more to car buyers. Grossinger Hyundai in Palatine. Save thousands on hundreds of new Hyundais during our grand opening. New Elantras are just $13,800. That's under $14,000 for a new Elantra. Grossinger Hyundai Palatine.
I'm Pau Gasol, and you're watching the home for Chicago Bulls basketball, Comcast Sportsnet.
You know, we lost a ton of ground, important games. The situation we're in right now is the urgency's got to be picked up here, and it's across the board.
Room for improvement for the defending champs, but help is on the way, especially when it comes to the struggling PK.
With just 13 games left in their NBA regular season, the Bulls finally getting healthy. Derrick Rose and company trying to sweep their 4-game homestand against some of the NBA's bottom feeders, hosting Phil Jackson's Knicks tonight. And with that, we welcome you into Sportsnet Central, presented by Comcast Business, alongside Chris Bowden celebrating a birthday. I'm Mark Shanowski. Bulls probably need to get 44 wins to earn a playoff spot in the much-improved Eastern Conference, so they have to take care of business at home against the Knicks.
And personally, instead of breaking news, more like breaking bones at this age. Those Hawks aren't in danger of missing the playoffs, but who knows how many wins it'll take in their last 8 games to avoid falling into a wild card. A former Hawk star weighs in. We'll check in how the number 5 starters in Cubs and Sox rotation have fared as we bear down on opening day. Immerse yourself in Sportsnet Central.
You're connected to Sportsnet Central, presented by Comcast Business.
Well, halfway through this NBA season, the Knicks had a 22-22 record. They were talking about making the playoffs. Since that point, they've gone 6-21. So, as we bring in Chuck Garfien live from the United Center, I guess what I'm trying to say, Chuck, is this is a game the Bulls really should win.
They should win. They should. They should win. I agree with you, Mark. But you want to say that the Bulls are confident and healthy, but every time you say or even think the Bulls are confident and healthy, the opposite happens. So I, for the record, am not saying the Bulls are confident and healthy right now. But what I will say is they've won 3 games in a row. They're playing 2 straight games against the lowly Knicks, who in the last 2 months have won a grand total of 6 games. They are struggling big time. Now, the Bulls were a team that came into this season expected to contend, but here they are fighting just to make the playoffs. So before the game, Fred Hoiberg was asked if he has something to say to Bulls fans, actually the segment of Bulls fans who believe they're not going to make the playoffs at all.
We're going to try to do everything we can, and you know, we got to go out there and you know, control ourselves and go out and take it one game at a time and play well, because those other teams are certainly playing well right now. Detroit is playing excellent basketball. Indiana's playing great. Washington's won 5 in a row. You know, we just have to go out and worry about ourselves and take care of business, and you know, hopefully, again, this is the time right now. Every game has to have playoff-like focus for our team, and just go out there with a defensive mindset, control what we can on that end of the floor, and do the best job we can, and hopefully find our ways in.
Now, Hoiberg has some special guests in the house tonight. His former team, the Iowa State Cyclones, are here, getting set to play Virginia in the Sweet 16 at the United Center on Friday. The team arrived here around noon. Fred met with them this evening, gave them a pep talk, and the team will watch the game in the stands cheering for the Bulls tonight.
It's been a lot of fun to watch. It's obviously been preparing, with my computer and have that game on in the background. And, but the biggest thing is not only as a former coach and you have relationships with those guys, but as an alumni of the university, just how proud I am of that group of guys. I told them to step back and enjoy it. It's a time that, that's one thing I regret is I did not do that when we went going through the tournament is you have to breathe, take a step back, enjoy it for a moment, and then get the razor-sharp focus that they'll need to go out and win this weekend. But, it's obviously a group of guys that's really special. And, I have a big place in my heart for them and certainly cheering them on hard this weekend.
Now, when Iowa State plays here Friday, the Bulls will be on the road, and Fred said he's going to be watching the game from a bar somewhere in Orlando, but he already has tickets for Sunday's game if they win on Friday, and he says he wants to see them cut down the nets here and go to the Final Four on Sunday. So it's the Bulls and the Knicks here from the United Center. The Bulls going for a perfect 4-0 homestand. We'll see if they can do it. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Chuck, thanks a lot. We'll look forward to your post-game reports on the 10 o'clock edition of Sportsnet Central. But we still have much more on the Bulls coming up. We'll be joined by the pride of Syracuse University. Nick Friedel joins us. He'll talk about that man, Dougie McBuckets, also about his beloved Syracuse Orange playing at the United Center this weekend.
We got to be ready to match the intensity that's needed right off the bat.
The Dallas Stars have scored 2 goals in 25 seconds, both from behind the goal line.
Too easy to give up 2 quick goals like that, and then we make a mistake on a PK.
Nobody had it on their stick for more than a blink of an eye. 3-0 Stars.
And it's a shorty, and then it's just...
Fiddler scored for the second time tonight, a short-handed goal. 4-0 Stars.
It was hard to watch.
Yeah, there's been a little too much of that lately for Q's crew, and there's still no new light shed on Corey Crawford's health. A week after he was last in uniform, the Blackhawks goalie is still day-to-day with an upper body injury, raising uncertainty whether he'll even travel with the team to start their 4-game road trip. That's 3 days away, and as Luke Stuckmeyer tells us, it's a time to recharge, regroup, and review in an overall flat performance the past couple of months since ripping off a dozen straight wins.
I don't think we can be happy with the way we're going along here, so we want to make sure we rectify it, and whether we're angry or how we want to channel it, but let's make sure that not good enough or not acceptable.
7 losses in the last 9 games, but the Blackhawks slide has lingered on longer than that. Since their record-setting winning streak at the beginning of the year, the Blackhawks have won just 10 of their 25 games.
Every single team pretty much have had a stretch like this, and you learn a lot to go through games like this. You obviously don't want to be a part of it or have it, but once you find your way out of it, I think you get closer as a team and stronger as a team.
The situation, whether it's getting our attention, the awareness, the situation we're in right now is the urgency's got to be picked up here, and it's across the board.
Meanwhile, the Blackhawks are hopeful that Marcus Kruger could return at some point this weekend to play his first game since December. Kruger's missed the last 41 games following wrist surgery, and his road back has been a long one.
When you haven't played for a while, it's all about timing, finding your areas out there, and just the feeling of the game. That usually takes a little bit of time, so that I got to be aware of. It's not going to be perfect from the get-go, but yeah, I'm trying to be patient here, and just right now it's just fun being out there in practice.
And it's no coincidence with Kruger out that the Blackhawks' penalty kill has struggled a bit. And when he returns, he'll go right back to his old role.
The PK was hurting a little bit without him. He's obviously a huge factor on the PK. Also, obviously his just defensive role, I guess, that he's played here. I mean, he's an intelligent player.
He's a great shutdown player, and matches against the other team's top line, and always do a good job defensively. So you can never have too many players like that in your team. So he'll give us another level when he feels good to come back.
8 to play on the road to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Covering the Blackhawks, Luke Stuckmeyer, Comcast Sportsnet.
Luke, thanks. Former Blackhawk Jeremy Roenick checks in with us to discuss his former team's playoff push when Sportsnet Central continues. Is it time to press the panic button?
Hey, Dad, what'd you say? Cubs gonna win today.
Oh, that young man is ready for the season. So is Kyle Hendricks. Jim DeShays will tell us why. And speaking of fifth starters, Johnny Dank's putting together another strong outing against the Padres this afternoon.
Sportsnet Central brought to you by Comcast Business. Comcast Business, built for business.
I didn't think anything would match the thrill of being on the ice. Skating, shooting, scoring, and winning. The victory in a perfectly executed plan. But with horse racing, I get the same thrill every time I make a bet or watch a race. Doing my homework, building the perfect wager. They enter the gate, my horse in front, my bet, a winner. It's that thrill that keeps me coming back, and that's why I play with ExpressBet.
Worked for Jimmy John's for 6 years. I'm an opening/training manager. I hired this joke in January.
And she never regretted it.
I taught this guy everything he knows.
Yeah, but I'm still faster.
Faster, my butt. Every now and again, I like to think that people can catch up to my speed.
I got faster than Amber in like 2 months.
His mouth got a little bit faster. When you get trained by the best, you become the best. I absolutely love making sandwiches, and I love working with people. Just getting to do that every day is by far the best part of my job.
Timeout! At Arlington Acura, take a timeout for savings during March Mega Motor Madness.
Get in on the mayhem with 0% APR for 60 months on all brand new 2016 Acura models.
And save big on the final few remaining 2015s.
Bob Rohrman.
Bob Rohrman's Arlington Acura in Palatine, just west of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
Time is running out on the Bulls tonight, and they need to get something going in a hurry if they want to get back into this ball game.
Let's move the ball and move it on.
That was a thing of beauty right there. Made that one. It's a 3-point game.
Boy, is the momentum change.
Deep hands.
Big time players make big time plays.
Yes, the Bulls starting lineup introductions are the gold standard in the NBA. And coming up tomorrow on Bulls Pregame Live, Chuck Garfien brings us the story of how it all began. That's tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, only here on Comcast Sportsnet. That shot's going to go in. Now it's time for Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. Over his last dozen games, Derrick Rose shooting 52% from the field, 50% from beyond the arc. Rose averaging 19 points, 5 assists, and 30 minutes per game over that span. That's tonight's Comcast Business, Built for Business. And now it's my pleasure to welcome in our good friend Nick Friedel from ESPN Chicago. Nick, now that the Bulls finally have their starting lineup together, can we expect better results on the defensive end, or is that maybe a lost cause with this group?
Mark, it's probably a lost cause. I mean, we're almost 70 games into the season here. They are what they are, and what they are is not a very good defensive team. Now, of course, it helps to get Jimmy Butler in the fold, and playing with Mike Dunleavy should give them some continuity that they haven't had throughout much of the year, but I don't see how a team that's been so poor defensively the last few months can turn it on the way they need to going into the playoffs. The good thing for them is having all these healthy bodies back, aside from Etuan Moore, who's expected to be back in a week or so, gives them confidence that they can get their pieces in place going into the postseason. But as far as the defense goes, I don't see it happening right now.
We'll keep our fingers crossed. Maybe they can just keep outscoring teams. You know, it's been a lot of fun watching Doug McDermott play over the last couple of weeks. He looks like the guy we saw at Creighton. He's aggressively seeking out shots and playing with a lot of confidence. Do the Bulls see McDermott as a starting caliber player next season?
Next season, Mark, is a little tough, and here's why. Because Doug, for all the offensive steps he's taken moving forward this year, especially in the last couple months, defensively, it's still not a pretty picture. And in order to be a starter, you want to space the floor, but you've got to be productive on both ends. And I think that's what Fred Hoiberg and Tom Thibodeau before him have both stressed to Doug. If you want to see the floor consistently, you got to give more defensively. So could he be a starter down the line for this team? Absolutely he could. And I know, knowing Doug, his work ethic is very solid, and he'll work on his game a lot in the next few months here going into the summer. But as far as a starter going into next season, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Of course, McDermott was the National College Player of the Year his senior season, and we know that Nick is a big college hoops fan. If you follow Nick on Twitter or hear him on the radio, you know that he's a proud graduate of Syracuse University. His beloved Orange are playing in the Midwest Regional at the United Center on Friday and Sunday. But the Bulls are on the road during that time. Nick, how are you going to check out Syracuse? You going to go back and forth?
Oh, yeah. Mark, you really think I'm missing that? Syracuse in Chicago in the Sweet 16, and then if they win Friday, somehow playing for a spot in the Final Four? You know I'm taking that early morning flight home from New York. And if they win Friday night against Gonzaga right here at the UC, you know I'm coming back in Orlando on that 5:30 a.m. flight. I'm going to find a way. I don't know if the body paint will make it, because that was a few years ago in college. I was in a little better shape, but I will be at those games that Syracuse is playing.
Well, the folks at home are now seeing that photo of you in the body paint. That's pretty impressive stuff. What's the story about those other guys that are with you to form the word Syracuse?
Yeah, that's my freshman year floor right there. And the funny part is they landed on Twitter, and I hadn't talked to those guys in years and years, and they're all like, whoa, man, what are you doing? So still trying to figure that out some days, but it was good for a laugh for sure.
And because I'm still very good friends with Mark Giangreco, we're not going to show the picture from yesterday where you had to pay off on losing the bet when Dayton fell to your Orange. That was quite a scene.
Yeah, Giangreco's a good sport, though. That's why everybody loves him. But that S is going to look good, especially if he paints it orange tomorrow.
Nick, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck with all your travels and to the Orange this week.
All right, thanks, Mark.
All right, let's get this show back on the radio. What is this, Orange pregame live? Our spring training coverage is brought to you by Apt Appliances, Electronics, and more. One potential concern for the Cubs heading into their season of great expectations is the depth of their starting rotation, even more so if one of their top three should go down with an injury at any point. But both Jason Hamill and Kyle Hendricks have had good springs. Yes, it's just the spring. Hendricks went into his fourth start with a 1.29 Cactus League ERA, 14 strikeouts in as many innings, while allowing just one walk. Let's head down to the desert, and after helping Dallas beat his former team last night, ex-Hawk Patrick Sharp showed he's still a Cubs fan, or maybe, you know, his new hometown team is the Rangers.
Not even watching the game.
That's who they're playing. Yeah, he's tweeting. Stars play in Phoenix tomorrow, but Sharp would describe Hendricks once again, striking out the side in the first, including Fielder and Beltre. Jim DeShays, a scouting report.
A lot of times, finesse guys have a hard time getting feel early, and they're vulnerable early, but he usually doesn't. He's not afflicted by that very much. He usually takes the mound ready to go. The changeup was a big weapon for him again here today. He's ready to go. He's very sharp.
See, Jim following along with the Sharp
I like that
play here. 5 over 5 strikeouts, and he was even charged with 2 runs, however. Ian Desmond, playing center now for the Rangers, shows he's up to it, charges the ball and throws a man out at the plate, that being Munenori Kawasaki. Kyle Schwarber hurts baseballs quite a bit, but he can hurt a bat as well. As evidenced by that grounder to second, his stick snap causes chaos for the Texas infield, just like he planned it. Textbook single there for Schwarbs.
Cactus League single.
7th inning, Schwarber's tag team partner in left shows off some glove, except he's playing right there. Jorge Soler comes in, makes the diving catch while fighting the sun. One of the few highlights for the Cubs in an eventual 5-0 loss to the Rangers.
Avi Garcia and the White Sox hosting the Padres over at Camelback Ranch. 2-zip. Good guys in the 5th inning. Garcia at the dish with runners at the corners takes Casey Jansen down the third base line. Brett Lowry. No, that'd be Casey Jansen. Okay. Garcia also homered in the game. More than enough run support for John Danks. The veteran lefty was razor sharp against the Pods. 6 scoreless innings, 1 walk, 6 Ks. Danks a very solid outing as the Sox win 6-1. Well, the Boo Birds came out at the United Center after a bad first period for the home team last night. And Jonathan Taves is focused on giving Hawk fans more to cheer about down the stretch. We'll come.
Tomorrow on CSN, MSG will be rocking as the Bulls take over the Big Apple and look to knock around the Knicks. Don't miss any of the action starting at 6 and streaming live at CSNChicago.com or on the NBC Sports Live Extra app, brought to you by Xfinity.
30 years, one name means more to car buyers. Grosinger City Toyota. 4 floors, over 700 new Toyotas, all indoors, with free valet parking and new Camrys for $148 a month with only $995 down. Grosinger City Toyota in Chicago.
1 million here, 1 million there. That's how it's done when you choose Hollywood. Win up to $2 million cash this March at Chicagoland's hottest destinations. Every Wednesday is your shot at $1 million at Hollywood Casino Aurora. And then every Saturday, there's another $1 million up for grabs at Hollywood Casino Joliet. Play at both locations, and that $2 million could be yours. There's no place like Hollywood.
Hey, how's it going? Hotcakes? Hotcakes.
This place has hotcakes.
Hotcakes.
So why aren't they selling like hotcakes? With Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi Pro, they could be. Just add a customized message to your Wi-Fi Pro splash page, and you'll reach your customers where their eyes are already, on their devices. Order up. It's more than just Wi-Fi. It can help grow your business. You don't see that every day.
Introducing Wi-Fi Pro. Wi-Fi that helps grow your business. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Every day, America prints about $500 million. Wow. Sadly, a whole bunch of those dollars are used to pay too much for car insurance. Luckily, there's eSurance. Born online, raised by technology, and majors in efficiency, which saves dollars. And when they save, you save. So you can tell some of your dollars, good news, gang, we're going out for ice cream. Auto and home insurance for the modern world. eSurance, backed by Allstate. Click or call.
Tomorrow on CSN, MSG will be rocking as the Bulls take over the Big Apple and look to knock around the Knicks. Don't miss any of the action starting at 6 and streaming live at CSNChicago.com or on the NBC Sports Live Extra app, brought to you by Xfinity.
Tomorrow, get your spring training fix as your White Sox welcome the Los Angeles Angels to Camelback Ranch for a Cactus League showdown. Coverage starts at 3 on Comcast Sportsnet. Brought to you by Canals Auto Park.
Blackhawks with just 8 games left, and if their recent performances in the Ides of March are any indication, Hawks fans won't be booing much longer as they were last night. A year ago, from March 18th to the end of the season, the eventual champions went 7-7-0. They were much better 2 years ago when they came within a deflected puck in overtime that decided Game 7 of the conference final. That after a 7-6-1 regular season finish. So the lucky number appears to be 7 for a deep playoff run. They need 6 more wins to do that. We are joined now by NBC Sports' Jeremy Roenick. Well, Jeremy, this has been a 500 team since the trade deadline, which many believe the Hawks won. Is this a concern headed into the postseason, or do they just turn on the switch?
Well, you don't win 3 Stanley Cups in 6 years if you don't know what you're doing. And the Hawks obviously know what it takes to win championships and what it means to win hockey games in big situations. There are a lot of new guys in the team. There are some young guys in the team that I think have to learn that. But the core players are very good. They're very good leaders. They will make sure that their game is going to lift up, and when their game lifts up, everybody's going to have to follow through. So I will bet you the guys that are the least concerned about what's happening right now are the guys that are in the locker room. They've played a lot of hockey in the last 3 years. There's a lot of commitments on this team, a lot of things that are going on around the team, a lot of distractions, but once that playoffs come, this is one of the teams that I don't really worry about flipping that switch, because they've done it before and they know how to do it again.
Joe Quenneville's occasionally been juggling the lines to find the right chemistry with all these new acquisitions, and we even saw him put Kane and Taves back together for a stretch. How great a sense of urgency is there to figure this out?
Well, I think Coach Q is one of the smarter coaches ever to coach a hockey game. I think he knows what buttons to press. He knows when to shift lines. He knows when to challenge a player, and he's a phenomenal bench coach. So He's just got to make sure that his message to the team is that it's not acceptable. And when you continue to try to match different line combinations to try to get the right, just the right chemistry, right now is probably a good time to do it. They already have a playoffs situation all set up and ready to go. They don't have to worry about missing the playoffs, that's for sure. So, Coach Q has to make sure that he tries to find the right matchups going into the last couple weeks of the season, because obviously, with Ladd being there new, with Weiss being there new, you want to make sure that these guys have a couple games to at least fit in with the right guys going into the playoffs, so that you don't have to learn that aspect when they get to the first round.
Jeremy Roenick, as always, thanks for your time.
Seems like everyone's getting in the hockey mood. Paul Konerko donned the skates in Las Vegas.
Can we fit him under the salary cap?
I don't know if we could do that. We'll see what Paulie was doing on ice when Sportsnet Central returns.
Introducing Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro with next-level speed, coverage, marketing, and control features. Plus, Wi-Fi Pro offers what AT&T's Wi-Fi small site doesn't. Professional installation, advanced security, and millions of hotspots nationwide. Looks like taking your business to the next level starts with ditching AT&T. Give your business an edge with Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro. Comcast Business, built for business.
Rejected. It's a slam-a-jamma savings-o-rama. It's at Arlington Nissan.
During the Nissan Now sales event, get $500 factory bonus cash on 2015 Sentras and $750 factory bonus cash on 2015 Murano SLs.
Be sure to see us before you buy.
Bob Rohrman.
Bob Rohrman's Arlington Nissan, just east of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
Now playing on DirecTV Cinema.
My dear Miss Everdeen, the game is coming to its end.
If you kill him, Katniss, our lives, they mean something.
Got one shot.
Let's make it count.
Movies start at Channel 125.
Hey, Kia buyers, now get double the savings, double the selection from Willowbrook Kia and Berwyn Kia.
Serving the Chicagoland area with excellent value, service, and selection.
You learn a lot about a company from the people that work there. Most of our staff has been with us over 10 years.
I mean, just check out all our 5-star reviews.
Been turned down by other car dealers? Don't worry. We are the bank. We look at your future, not your past.
Double the savings, double the selection at Willowbrook Kia on Route 84 and Berwyn Kia on Ogden and Harlem.
Welcome back. Wayne Gretzky holding his annual camp in Las Vegas. And that number 14 guy is the guy who used to wear that number for the White Sox. Paul Konerko, he's begging to get off the ice right there. It was like when he would circle around second base on a double. But he did score a pair of goals. Certainly seems to be enjoying his retirement. Hockey, just as much a love for Paulie growing up on the East Coast, and he said if he didn't play baseball, hockey was an option for him.
Is the great one out there? I didn't notice.
Yeah, he usually gets out there and mixes up, as well as Savvy, our good buddy.
Yeah, probably with a lot faster.
Probably with his bling, too.
Thanks for watching Sportsnet Central, presented by Comcast Business. We'll see you at 10 o'clock.
Hello, Jimmy John's?
Jimmy John's here.
What took you so long?
Jimmy John's. Freaky fresh, freaky fast.
I love a man in uniform.
Get springtime savings at Apt on products for your entire home, like this Whirlpool front-load washer and dryer, now $5.88 each. This Samsung 24-inch HD TV for $149. Or this Tempur-Pedic Queen mattress, now just $19.99. At Apt, Every purchase is backed by our 80-year history and commitment to customer service. We offer expert installation, an incredible product selection, and free delivery. Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
For over 90 years, one name means more to car buyers, Grossinger Honda.
Lower your payment today. Get a new Honda Civic for just $148 a month with only $995 down. That's a new Civic for just $148 a month.
Grossinger Honda in Chicago.
Hey, how's it going? Hotcakes? Hotcakes.
This place has hotcakes.
Hotcakes.
So why aren't they selling like hotcakes? With Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi Pro, they could be. Just add a customized message to your Wi-Fi Pro splash page, and you'll reach your customers where their eyes are already, on their devices. Order up. It's more than just Wi-Fi. It can help grow your business. You don't see that every day.
Introducing Wi-Fi Pro. Wi-Fi that helps grow your business. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Hi there, it's March Mega Motor Madness at Schaumburg Kia. The savings are awesome, baby.
Schaumburg Kia has the all-new, redesigned 2017 Sportage. Lease one right now for only $169 a month.
And baby, the savings are really big on the final few remaining 2015s.
Bob Rohrman.
Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Kia, just west of the Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road, Schaumburg.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois has teamed up with the Bulls to move 2 lucky fans closer to the action as part of the Blue Seat Upgrade Experience. Don't forget to bring your Blue Cross and Blue Shield card for your chance to win. Blue Cross, through it all.
Postcard weather once again, and we are in surprise Arizona Cactus League action today as the Cubs take on the Texas Rangers. And spring training baseball here on CSN is presented by Canals Auto Park. And welcome to Cubs baseball along with Jim DeShays. I'm Len Casper. We kind of had an idea of what 1 through 5 in the rotation would look like coming into spring training, and that's where we sit toward the end of spring training.
Yeah, the rotation figures to be a very positive strength for this club this year. It was last year. The Cubs starters pitched to a 3.36 ERA last year, third best in all of baseball. High expectations for this group as well. Note the 2 guys at the end, Jason Hamill and Kyle Hendricks. Hamill firmly ensconced in that 4th spot in the rotation. Had a rough second half last year, but he's pitched very well this spring. And Kyle Hendricks, the one guy who is maybe on the bubble a little bit coming in this spring. Joe Madd did not pronounce him as his 5th starter at the start of camp. He has yet to do so, but given his performance, given what he's done since he's put on a big league uniform, it looks like he'll be the 5th guy out of the chute.
And it will be Kyle Hendricks today. And remember, he was in the Rangers organization before the Cubs acquired him a couple of years ago. He doesn't throw hard. He kind of goes against the grain in terms of what most pitchers do these days, but he knows what he's doing.
One of my favorite guys to watch pitch because of that. He's got that great changeup, really moves the ball in and out, spots it so well. Just a very clever tactician when he's on the mound.
All right, about a week and a half to go before opening night in Anaheim. It'll be Hendricks and the Cubs. Derek Holland, the lefty, will go for the Rangers, and we expect a lot of Cub fans here as always. Cubs baseball from AZ next.
Let's go Cubs! Let's go Cubs! Let's go Cubs! Let's go Cubs! Let's go Cubs!
Mortgage rates just dropped to the lowest in years. Refinancing this week could save you thousands. Shop for a loan at LendingTree.com, where our average customer saves between $11,000 and $24,000 over the life of their loan. This week, 30-year fixed rates are as low as 3.45% APR. Go to LendingTree.com to get multiple offers. It's all free to shop and won't affect your credit. Then just compare and choose the one you want. Act now before rates rise again. Calculate your new payment at LendingTree.com.
I want to eat apples and bananas. I need to eat apples and bananas. Why can't I eat?
1 in 5 children struggles with hunger in America. Support the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks to help provide meals to those in need. Join us at feedingamerica.org.
Your paycheck. Your family depends on it. But if something happened to you, you need life insurance. And chances are SelectQuote can get it for you for under $1 a day. SelectQuote found Alec, 38, a $500,000 policy for under $23 a month. SelectQuote found Kenesha, 39, a $350,000 policy for under $14 a month. SelectQuote's secret? They impartially shop a select group of highly rated companies like these for your best rates. Give your family the security it needs at a price you can afford.
Since 1985, SelectQuote has saved over 1 million families millions of dollars on life insurance. Call now or go to SelectQuote.com. Discover what over 1 million families know. We shop, you save.
1-800-709-0511.
Their respective clubs. Joe Madden with the Cubs and Jeff Bannister, a nice story with the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, his first season as a Major League manager, period, and the first time in American League history that has happened, that a rookie manager has won the Baseball Writers of America Association Manager of the Year. So 2 very successful skippers, 2 very talented teams with high expectations heading into this season.
So veteran left-hander Derek Holland will work today for Texas, and let's check out the Cubs lineup he will face. Cubs 7-13-1, Rangers 11-10-1. Addison Russell in an unfamiliar spot in the leadoff position today. Christopher Negron will play first. Kyle Schwarber caught yesterday's in left today with Jorge Soler over in right. Tim Fedorovich has had a nice spring. Matt Caesar just made his Cactus League debut yesterday. Kawasaki's been terrific. Jason Vossler will play third, and the Cubs using the pitcher here in an American League park with Kyle Hendricks batting ninth.
Rangers defensively set up this way. Ruggiano, you remember him as a Cub. Justin is in left field. Ian Desmond acquired this offseason. He's going to play some outfield for the Rangers, primarily left field. He's in center today. Drew Stubbs is in right. Adrian Beltre has won 4 Gold Gloves. Probably a future Hall of Famer. He's at third. Hanser Alberto, very good defensively. Siriaco's the second baseman. Big Prince Fielder will DH most of the time. And Jimenez does the catching. Derek Holland, the left-hander, will pitch for the Rangers. 2-1, 3.75 the ERA this spring.
And your umpires, Corey Blazer. At home plate, Mark Ripperger, Trip Gibson, and Sean Barber will handle the bases. A 29-year-old lefty deals, and a first pitch fastball on Russell for a strike. Temps in the mid-70s, low to mid-70s, which means my partner's freezing.
It's windbreaker weather here today, at least in the shade.
Holland not taking much time between pitches. Fielder into foul territory, and he actually had a shot at it, maybe overran it a bit.
It's a ball where you think the second baseman might come into your picture, but Siriaco was playing more towards the middle of the diamond, so he had no real chance to come and bail out Fielder. So it was Prince or nobody, and nobody won. Big fella started 18 games at first base last year. Mitch Moreland will be the primary first baseman, while Prince will DH.
Called strike 3.
Didn't have to be. Holland's got a 4-pitch mix. Fastball, curve, slider, change. This appears to be a little backdoor slider. Maybe a little bit low, but it was on the plate. He got the call.
Well, his goal is to stay healthy. A lot of DL time the last couple of years, knee and shoulder issues. There's Christopher Negron, and he fouls off out of play.
Yeah, Holland, very important piece for the Rangers this year. They don't expect to get Yu Darvish back until May. Cole Hamels was just named as the opening day starter, to no one's surprise.
Holland did win on October 1st against the Angels to clinch a postseason berth. But Game 4 of the division series against the Blue Jays did not go very well. Remember, the Rangers had a 2-0 lead to start that series as Holland strikes out the first 2 hitters of the game. And the first 2 games were in Toronto, so they were headed home to Arlington, needing to win 1, and the Blue Jays won the final 3. Game 5 was insane. More specifically, the 7th inning was insane. Here's Kyle Schwarber. A nice day behind the plate yesterday against the Reds. Threw out a couple of base runners. He and Jason Hamill are building quite a rhythm together, and we may see Schwarber catch every 5th game or so.
Yeah. I think that's a good fit.
What works
well,
for you there?
It gives Schwarber a chance, obviously, to continue to do some work behind the plate. So if he's catching every